will be empowered to do so. Big city mayors like Chicago's Tiny Dancer won't be subsidized by the federal government to play pander politics with U.S. immigration law. A border wall conveys that America is sovereign land. You must introduce yourself and ask permission for entrance. Trump seems to know that clearly stated first principles combined with the talent to translate them into policy outcomes is the recipe for success. And that's all he needs to know.
Check out the Ruger event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All the latest Ruger firearms will be featured and on sale this Friday through Sunday and only at Point Blank. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms and ammo, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The Ruger event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Check out shootpointblank.com for all the Ruger event info. Some restrictions may apply.
Hiring is the most challenging part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 200 plus job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 200 plus job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/start now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/start now.
Your company's critical projects involve improving processes, evolving business models, launching products, and realizing strategic imperatives. Integrated Project Management's core competency is execution, using process, leadership, and discipline to assure successful, sustainable results. Since 1988, IPM has led nearly 4,000 initiatives alongside our clients in a structured, engaging, and respectful manner. IPM's 7 nationwide offices employ consultants who excel at providing project management consulting to America's most successful firms. Their outstanding leaders transform strategy into reality, providing clients with a competitive advantage. IPM has been recognized as a top small and medium workplace and great workplace in consulting and professional services by Fortune magazine and one of the 25 best small companies by Forbes magazine. When your company needs help executing critical projects, visit IPMCinc.com or call Integrated Project Management's Chicago office at 630-789-8600. That's IPMCinc.com. Nothing matters if you can't execute.
Running a business can be challenging, especially here in Illinois. You face mountains of regulations on top of mountains of taxes and fees, and tax hikes may be coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized, and that's exactly what we here at AM 560 The Answer are going to do. This spring, we'll be hitting the road on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank. It actually starts Wednesday at Signature Bank. It's a way for us to celebrate local businesses who are overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face. Give a little hope to everyone in Illinois. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting this show live from various locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We'll select several businesses as stops on our AM 560 Business Tour, and we'll broadcast from your location to share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. That's 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your location this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
5:57. Let's get an update on our roads this morning. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower at Manheim, there's a crash in the left lane. It's 36 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound fine at 29. At least a little bit of a slow pocket on the inbound Kennedy out of the River Road toll. No more than a 1-minute delay in either direction. Stevenson is now 41 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 20 from 95th to downtown. I-57 has delays. Calsag Channel to 119th. The car fire in the 2 right lanes. Traffic is a service of Staples. Are you trying to acquire new customers for your business? Staples Print and Marketing Services helps you promote your business. Low prices on presentations, signs, pens, mugs, and more. Right now, you can get 15% off custom signs and banners. Ends 3/24. See an associate for details. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds increasing today with a little accumulation of late afternoon snow. High 29. An evening flurry or two, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour tonight. Low 29 with temperatures rising into the middle 30s overnight. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560 The Answer.
Currently 17 degrees and at 5:58. Time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And time to check our morning headlines ahead of Fox News. Dozens of Chicago lawyers are offering to help travelers detained in the wake of President Donald Trump's orders banning some travel to the U.S. by citizens from 7 Muslim-majority nations. Cardinal Blaise Cupich and Illinois U.S. Senator Dick Durbin spoke out against the action over the weekend. Bond set at $1 million for a Chicago mother accused of shooting her son during a family gathering on the west side. 3, including 2 teens, are recovering following a shooting at a party at a motel in north suburban Waukegan. Jury selection is underway in a Miami federal court for a sports agent and associate charged with illegally smuggling Cuban baseball players out of that country. Jose Abreu of the White Sox may testify. Bulls beat Philadelphia. Northwestern, a Big Ten basketball win over Indiana, and the news is a service of True Car, a more confident car buying experience. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The protests have been across the country. They're in Washington and other cities, angry at President Trump's executive orders banning citizens from Iran, Iraq, and Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen, and suspending the refugee program.
It is illegal.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren leading a demonstration in Boston at the airport where many protests have taken place, people wanting blocked travelers let in.
Once these travelers come in, they start to get questioned and this extreme vetting takes place. Their phones are taken away. They cannot communicate. They can't call their family members, their lawyers, anybody on the outside to tell them what's going on.
Fox's Laura Engel at JFK Airport in New York.
As some of those being detained are being offered what they call a pretty tough decision to either sign a form to withdraw their request for admission to the U.S. or accept deportation, which would ban them from returning to the United States for the next 5 years. More flights expected to arrive here today.
The Trump administration is calling his order a success. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus defending the order on NBC's Meet the Press, arguing perhaps some people should be detained for a period of time.
And if they're folks that shouldn't be in this country, they're going to be detained.
House Democrats are demanding an emergency meeting with Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly to get more clarification. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he'll fight the ban with, quote, every fiber of my being.
These orders hurt our domestic security by increasing the small number who would resort to terrorism at home.
The lawmakers hope to meet with Secretary Kelly as soon as Wednesday. Dave.
Rachel, 6 people are dead in Quebec City.
Quebec City today has been hit by terrorism.
Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard, after masked gunmen attacked a mosque during evening prayers. 8 others were wounded. 2 suspects are in custody. More than 160 Delta flights are canceled or delayed the day after a computer outage grounded hundreds of flights yesterday. Delta says the issue was resolved just before midnight. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
A new president has taken office, and now he must get to work. What will President Trump accomplish in his first 100 days? What should his priorities be? Join AM 560 for an exciting evening on Wednesday, March 22nd. It's Trump, the first 100 days, featuring Sean Hannity, Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, and Joe Walsh. See them all live at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/Trump. Sponsored in part by Woodfield Nissan.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show. Tune in on Saturday mornings at 8 to learn how you might fight foreclosure and keep your home.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So your reaction to Trump's executive order, the litigation, the protests, the choice words back and forth. As I said previously, we're going to be the light show, not the heat show. You can go anywhere for the heat show, panelists barking at each other, hysterical overstatements, to some extent from both sides. We're just going to stick to the four corners of what the executive order says and what it intends to do, what actually happened over the weekend by the numbers, what the actual federal and constitutional law is in this area, and then assess some of the reactions in that context, try and arm you with facts, with information, let you make your own determination. We'll take your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA is the turnkey.pro text line. So to give you an example of kind of the heat, not light, that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to start with the tears of the head clown. Worst Pagliacci ever, Chuck Schumer.
So, this executive order was mean-spirited and un-American.
Could somebody get that guy a tissue? But he had next to him a Syrian refugee. She was a girl, and they had a bunch of little kids around him. I think the Democrats are using this to broaden their base, to say, look, racists are Republicans. Look what they're doing. They're tearing families apart. But in actuality, on Saturday, 325,000 people came to this country. 109 were detained at airports, 19 at O'Hare, 12 in New York, and they were vetted. They had further vetting. They looked at their backgrounds and then let them through.
Right.
Nobody has been deported, and this isn't about deportation. And now they're saying, because it's important to know this, if you have a green card, you're just going to be vetted a little bit more, but you're not going to be turned back.
Now, let's break down the numbers even a little further. As you said, 325,000 foreign travelers this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. On Saturday alone.
Excuse me. 173 of whom denied entry prior to boarding flights headed to the U.S.
Right. And that's because different airlines had different rules. Like if you're on American, you can get on. United said no. They wouldn't even let him board the plane.
I didn't want to have like a Tom Hanks, Catherine Zeta-Jones terminal
they
stories
just
going on at nation's airports.
And I feel for the airlines. They didn't know what to do.
So 173 denied entry to the country prior to boarding.
Mm-hmm.
This according to Department of Homeland Security. 109 people who were in transit to the U.S. were denied entry. 81 were granted waivers because of their legal permanent resident or special immigrant visa status. So I just want to say the numbers, not that this is not an issue for the 173 denied prior to boarding or the 109 denied at least initially upon arrival, but I just want to give you order of magnitude here because, that's important to assess the scope of the issue, I think. And with respect to the green card issue, Charles Cook, who is a green card holder from Britain who writes for National Review, conservative, he makes a good point. The executive order could have been more carefully crafted such that the legal permanent resident who has already gone through significant vetting to get that status and is treated not as a U.S. citizen, you can't vote, but is treated as just right below that. So when a legal permanent resident comes back to this country, that their welcome home this is their home. So that could have been segmented out more explicitly rather than just having this kind of safety valve waiver that Department of Homeland Security ultimately executed for 81 of them, as I mentioned. So that's a fair critique. That's a fair critique that Cook lodges, as did others. But I think you get into the unfair critique territory when you start characterizing this as a Muslim ban, when you willy-nilly talk about this order being unconstitutional or in violation of federal statute. It just simply is not. By the way, watching the left try and make constitutional arguments is like watching a child.
All right.
It's like watching a child try to walk for the first time. It really is.
Well,
They're just kind of staggering around.
This is a religious test, and they point to the fact that, Donald Trump had said, that he would let Christians in first and not Muslims. He said this to the Christian Broadcast Network.
If you were a Christian in Syria, it was impossible, very, very, at least very, very tough to get into the United States. If you were a Muslim, you could come in. But if you were a Christian, it was almost impossible. And the reason that was so unfair is that everybody was persecuted, in all fairness, but they were chopping off the heads of everybody, but more so the Christians. And I thought it was very, very unfair. So we are going to help them.
Yeah, so what he did not say what you said he said.
That Christians go at the front of the line.
No, that's not what he said. He didn't say that there.
No, but that's when I heard that soundbite, that's what I thought. Oh, the Christians, and that's why Muslims are upset because they're thinking that Donald Trump is prejudiced against Muslims.
Okay, so now let's back this up. So there's a couple of things going on. One of them in Syria, since this is the country we're talking about, is Christian genocide, as so deemed by the vaunted international community, as so conceded by outgoing Secretary of State John Kerry. Genocide.
Right, but in 2016, 37,000 Christians refugees were let in, and 38,000 Muslim refugees were let in.
From where?
From Syria, from Turkey, from countries.
The number of Christian. What's the source on that?
The source is CNN, ABC,
it's
NBC.
Not true. The fake news. The percentage of Christians was less than 1% coming from Syria with Obama's refugee program. That's a fact.
In 2016?
Okay. And so the issue I go back to say is genocide. You can't just wave over that. So, but there is not any prohibition against Muslims seeking asylum, ultimately, if they're being persecuted as well, or Muslims visiting this country. There are 7 countries on the list. There are 43 Muslim majority countries that are not. These 7 countries on the list were countries that were singled out by the Obama administration and legislation the President Obama signed in December of 2015 based on intelligence community recommendations. Can we provide a little bit of context before we get into the hysterical bigot baiting?
Well, can we add Saudi Arabia to the list since the 15 of the 9/11 bombers came from Saudi Arabia? Or what about the underwear bomber? He came from Nigeria. I mean, there's other countries that you could add to the list, and the left is saying that Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt aren't on the list because the Trump organization has businesses there.
So let me work the logic of that. Okay, so you want more countries to be under the temporary ban. Is that the position?
No, I just don't think that sufficient thought had gone into this order before he signed it and how they were going to implement it. Point in case, at security at International Terminal on Sunday, I spoke with Border Patrol and a custom agent, and they said they did not have proper training. They didn't know what they were doing because they put everybody in a room because they were told to put them in a room.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we're going to broaden this discussion in the coming hours on this show today. We have Ahmed Rehab, who's the executive director of the Chicago office for the Council on American Islamic Relations. He will be on at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. And at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we have former Mexican President Vicente Fox. So we're going to hear from every imaginable side on these related issues in this show. Just a couple of programming notes. Let's get a couple of calls in here. John and Glen Ellen, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I'd like to just point out what the foundation of the Islam is, and that is to convert or to conquer or convert, kill all infidels. And if I was to go walking with my medals, Catholic medals, down the street and a Muslim saw me, they'd take me and kill me.
Well, thanks for the call, Jen. I mean, again, heat, not light. No, not every Muslim would see you walking down the street and would commit a violent act against you. Let's rein that in. Pull that back. Case in point, the most celebrated case over the weekend is this gentleman, Hamid Darwish. Hamid Darwish is an Iraqi man who was an interpreter for the U.S. military. And he was stopped at JFK and, essentially put through enhanced vetting, if you will, prior to being admitted. You had a New York congresswoman who, lost her stuffing over this Nadia Velasquez. But it was really interesting what Mr. Darwish had to say. coming out of the processing, the enhanced processing that he had to undergo, being somebody who served this country as an interpreter, valiantly served this country alongside the U.S. military in Iraq.
America is the greatest nation, the greatest people in the world. I like him, but I don't know. This is a policy. I don't know. He's a president, and I'm a normal person.
He's a what? Did he say?
He's the president. I'm a normal person. I like him. I don't know. This is a policy. I don't know. And he said, he's the president. I'm just a normal person. But he reiterated America's the greatest country on the planet because it is, and that's why he's here. But I just thought you have to go watch the video if you haven't seen it. Watch the look on Congresswoman Velasquez's face when he, number one, says America's the greatest country on the planet, and she gives him the stink eye. Number two, when he says he likes Trump, but he doesn't know about this policy. It's pretty entertaining. Tom and Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I dare say the implementation of any new government program never comes off real smooth. Remember Obamacare? Democrats spent $1 billion on a website, and it didn't work, and it took months and months and months for them to get a website
just hold there. Because other programs are poorly rolled out, that makes it okay for new programs to be poorly rolled out? That's not very compelling.
Well, I'm not saying it makes it okay. I'm just saying that it happens, and it's nothing unusual the way they're putting off. Another thing I'd like to say is that I think it's shameful that Schumer has no tears in his eyes for the unborn, but boy, is he upset about a program that tries to make us safe. I love seeing Democrats get on the wrong side of every single issue and just alienate themselves from more and more normal Americans. Nice going, guys.
Thanks for the call, Tom. For a rebuttal, Tom in Deer Park. Hey, Tom.
Good morning. Hello?
Yes.
You're on.
Yeah, I think it's one of the darkest days in our history where an administration will come out and ban a group based on their religion. And don't say that it's based on countries. Rudy Giuliani came right out and said, Trump came to him, figure out a way to make it legal. And that's what they did. And Dan, if we're conservatives, and we're supposed to respect that a nun shouldn't have to pay for birth control or a baker shouldn't have to bake a cake, and if we're going to take those lines of reasoning, how on earth are we supposed to accept, that under the guise of security, that we've banned a religion? And that's exactly what's been done.
Really? So how do you explain the other 43 majority Muslim countries that are not on the list? How do you explain?
I have no idea.
Right, you have no idea. How do you explain the fact that this is a 90-day and 120-day program? This is not some kind of permanent ban. The darkest day in our country's history. I mean, for 60 years, we banned Chinese immigrants straight away. We've had
Japanese internment camps.
We've had many dark days in our history when it comes to treating people poorly based on their national origin, based on their race, obviously. To compare that to those days, to compare this, what we have now, to those days is absurd. That's disgraceful, and that's disproportionate.
Well, I don't think it's absurd. I'm basing it upon when the Constitution was written. Half the people were enslaved. We corrected that.
Excuse me, Tom, since you're a constitutionalist, what is the constitutional provision that makes this unconstitutional? Give it to me.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'll tell you that it's based on religion.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Are only Muslims? Is it only Muslims in those 7 countries? No, of course not. I just mentioned
there were some Christian Syrians that were detained.
It's a de facto Muslim ban.
No, it isn't. Thanks for the call, Tom. No,
there was just one of the. There was 109 detained here in the States. In L.A., there was 2 Christian Syrians who were detained, they were coming to this country to visit their sick mom, and they had a return flight.
You have Yazidis, you have Assyrians, you have Christians in these countries, and they're being persecuted. Do I like that? No. But to put a stop to something when Jim Comey, the FBI director, and others in the intelligence community that have responsibility in the space say we cannot vet people coming in from these countries, particularly Syria. That's the statement he made at the height of Obama's Syria refugee resettlement program. A gambit, really. It wasn't a program. It was done with his phone and his pen. And so the response is, let's spend 3 to 4 months to put in place a program that does a better job understanding who we're letting in and what they intend to do when they're here. That's the same thing as slavery? Really? Jim in Tampa, Florida.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. And at the risk of sounding like I'm brown-nosing the host, this is you at your finest, Dan. We need people like you to break these things down. But my point is this. Where were Chuck Schumer's tears for any number of times he could have come in front of the cameras and been horrified or shocked or sad by things? This is a joke. It's all, and it tips off the lack of heft in the arguments that they have when the tears come out that fast. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jim. Just going.
Chuck Schumer makes me miss Harry Reid.
That's a statement.
I mean, really, doesn't he?
It's just on the matter of Syria and Christians. The United States has accepted 10,801 Syrian refugees. 56 are Christian. Not 56%. 56 out of a total of 10,801. 0.5%. And that's,
well, they're coming from a mostly Muslim majority country.
Well, you were just reporting the specious statistics that it's 50-50 out of Syria, and it's not 50-50. 10% of Syrians are Christian. That's 2.2 million Christians. 56 Christian refugees admitted since the initiation of the Syrian refugee resettlement here.
Maybe they went to other countries in Europe. Angela Merkel was upset with Donald Trump this morning, saying that he's violating the Geneva Convention by not accepting refugees.
That's interesting. And Justin Trudeau says they're welcomed in Canada. Okay, so take them. I mean, okay.
And Iraq said it's a great gift for extremists, and they're banning Americans from coming to, Iran. They're not letting Americans into Iran.
Oh, yeah, our
they're
new
doing
partner
the same
in
thing,
peace.
A tit for tat.
Our new partner in peace, Iran. Yeah, boy, Crimea River. Dan in Evanston.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just days ago, literally, maybe 2 weeks ago, before Obama left office, remember, he slammed the door shut on the Cuban refugees risking shark-infected waters to come here to our shores. I didn't hear Mr. Cardinal Supich stand up and say this is a dark day in America, or any of these people. Where are these people to stand up? Do they hate Cubans? Honestly.
Right. Good point, Dan. Thanks for the call. What about that? What about all the protests and shutting down Terminal 5 at O'Hare and all of the hand-wringing and the head clowns, tears? What about all that? What about for the Cubans? Do they not count? What's the distinction? Is it because they're Christian and Catholic and Republican? Sharon in Itasca.
Hey, I just want to remind you guys of an old saying that you.
Sharon fell in a hole.
Oh, no.
Call back Sharon if you can.
Talked to you 2 callers ago. Who I think you got to move it up to 40 because that's how stupid he is. We have to look at people based on religion who want to come in here because that is part of who they are and who they might be associating with. And we are free to vet any damn person we please. Nobody could just walk into a country and just think they could come in and do what they want. This one woman has lived in France for 37 years. She's got to fill out paperwork every single year annually.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I would expect that if I'd be living as an alien in any other country. So I don't know, these people in America are really an embarrassment. I can't believe how outright, not ignorant, but stupid they are. And if I think they took Trump's name out of it, they'd agree that what he's doing is very reasonable.
Thanks for the call, Sharon. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, there is, we're not going to do religious tests. We're not going to do national origin tests. There is federal statute 65 Immigration Act that deals with national origin discrimination, which is not what this is. This is a national security play for these 7 countries. Again, importantly, identified prior to Trump. The previous administration identified them and acted upon them to enhance essentially the restrictions on visas from those countries. And now Trump has taken it one step further. He is well within his constitutional and statutory authority to do so. Andy McCarthy has an excellent piece in National Review Online that details this, but this is not a close call in terms of Trump's authority to issue the executive order that he issued.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, who wants to give Superintendent Eddie Johnson a kidney? But first, here's your forecast. Some sun today and clouds, a little snow late this afternoon, a high of 28. Then tomorrow it's going to be much warmer around here. We still have a chance of a snow shower in spots, a high of 37 degrees. Let's go into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center to the one and only Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Kennedy inbound, heavy in pockets now. From the River Road toll to Montrose. 24 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. And it's slow going on westbound 190 at O'Hare. Down Edens, a little sluggish approaching the junction. The Eisenhower delays starting at Manheim. 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30. Stevenson running 43 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 23 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57 has pretty heavy delays from around Dixie Highway to 119th. There was an earlier car fire. Just slight delays on the northbound Tri-State at 290. Eastbound Adams Tollway approaching the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, have you thought about what you're getting that someone special in your life for Valentine's Day this year? Forget the roses and candy. Take your Valentine to Punta Cana. Join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana, courtesy of our great friends over there at Apple Vacations. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa. Take a look online. It's beautiful. It's brand new. It opened just a few months ago. It has 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, beautiful accommodations. It's adults only. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. And right now you can enter for a chance to win a free trip. Free trips. Who doesn't want a free trip? Exclusively, here's how you do it. By downloading and launching the AM560 mobile app, just go to 560theanswer.com/mobile or text the word app, APP, to 64636 to get the AM560 mobile app and enter to win. Good luck.
They are here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. You need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz, CEO of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, is licensed to represent you before the IRS. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary does that for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will help you settle your entire IRS tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can be a lifesaver for you. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call 708-478-6770 now.
AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Boy, you're talking about this. So this just spills out into every corner of civic life. I don't know if you saw this fallout. Following Uber CEO Travis Kalanick's limp response to Trump's Muslim ban, Lyft, of course, an Uber competitor, put its money where its mouth is. The ride-sharing rival announced over the weekend it will donate $1 million to the ACLU to quote-unquote defend our Constitution.
Wow.
Lyft, noted constitutional scholars that founded Lyft.
And this morning we're learning that Starbucks CEO is going to hire 10,000 refugees within the next 5 years. That's his big announcement this morning. And he's going to take Syrian refugees first.
And, you know, the virtue signaling is really good business. Listen to this. ACLU has received 290,000 online donations totaling $19.4 million since Saturday morning. What? The average per year is $3 to $4 million. 6 times their average just from Saturday morning to yesterday evening. 290,000 online donations. That's $66 per donation. So the divided nation speaks, and at least half of it. And it also it starts to give you an understanding of what the center-right needs to do and what they're up against in terms of financial wherewithal. Let's go to John in Woodstock. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello?
Hey, John.
How are you doing?
Good.
I was just gonna mention that people have short memories. For example, when Clinton sent back Elian Gonzalez to Cuba, Where was the outrage on the left at that point in time? Just seems to be very convenient that they all of a sudden have something to talk about.
Yeah, thanks. I think the better analogy is to President Obama's policy on Cuban refugees out the door. Turn them away. Turn them away. They're fleeing a bloodthirsty dictatorial regime in Cuba, but turning them away, and but not from Central Americans coming up through Mexico, and not for Syrian refugees who his own intelligence officers said we couldn't vet. So it does seem very convenient. The ethics do seem very situational, don't they?
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 10,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223. Can you feel it? 2017 is going to be an exciting year for your business. You're going to be busy and can't afford to miss a beat. When you need exceptional interim help or need to recruit new talent to meet the demands of your growing business in the new year, rely on Flex Execs. For almost 30 years, Flex Execs has been supplying Chicago area businesses with mid to senior level talent in HR, finance, accounting, marketing, and operations. Whether you need one person or a team of people, either interim talent or new recruits, Flex Execs is ready to make it easy for your business to meet your deadlines and goals, control costs, and place the right people to help you deliver results. You know how finding the right people to drive your company is critical. Flex Execs makes it easy. Connect online today at flex2017.com. That's flex2017.com. Or call 630-655-0563 and talk to Chris Swanson or Karen Murphy. Flex Execs, moving business at the speed of trust.
Continental Audi of Naperville works every day to satisfy their customers. With our VIP loyalty program and concierge service loaners, we strive to make the buying experience exceptional. Every day, we provide more than just a great deal on a new Audi. During our January sales event, Continental Audi will make your first payment on a new 2017 A4. Plus, you may qualify for $500 to $2,000 in bonus cash. Continental Audi has over 170 new Audis to choose from. Audi A3, A4, A5, A6, Audi Q3, Q5, and Q7. Audi is the top pick by Consumer Reports, with all our models being recommended. Drive an Audi and feel the difference in your driving experience. Drive an Audi from Continental and know the difference in an exceptional dealership. Come in today during the January sales event, and Continental will make your first payment on a new 2017 A4. Continental Audi of Naperville. ContinentalAudi.com. Up to $800 on select models. See dealer for full details.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Is Trump's executive order another master class in communication and persuasion at 6:36?
And look who's getting a seat at the national security meetings table. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
18 degrees, clear skies right now. Class action lawsuit expected to be filed later today on behalf of 20 who are challenging President Donald Trump's travel ban. Illinois U.S. Senator Dick Durbin praising the New York State judge who suspended some of that order.
Going after these refugees, these are the most carefully vetted visitors to the United States of anyone who comes through our airports, including this ban on Syrian refugees, when we have had no examples, none, not one, of a Syrian refugee engaged in terrorism in the United States.
Cardinal Blaise Cupich spoke out against the president's travel and immigration restrictions. He called the measure a dark moment in U.S. history.
We're better off when we have migrants and immigrants come to our country. And we know as well that there are many people who are fleeing tyranny and war. And we have been a home and a haven for them.
Cupich says the country is abandoning what he called commitments to American values. A member of the Navy SEAL Team 6 is dead. 3 others hurt following a rare ground raid on al-Qaeda in Yemen. 6 are dead, 8 others hurt following an attack on a mosque in Quebec, where the premier of that Canadian province, Philippe Couillard, is calling for calm.
We should not withdraw and become a closed society because of such a terrible event. On the contrary, as I indicated, we have to keep working together, striving towards an open, inclusive, peaceful society. That's the right response to this type of terrible events.
Both shooters were arrested in that case. Bond set at $1 million for a Chicago mother accused of shooting her son during a family gathering on the west side. Suburban Volo man accused of waving a knife at Lake County Sheriff's deputies is under arrest. Chicago sports found the Bulls winners over Philadelphia, 121-108. Northwestern, a Big Ten basketball win, 68-55 over Indiana. That's 6 in a row. The news, a service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car you want. TrueCar users save an average of over $3,000 off MSRP when you're buying a new or used car. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager agrees with Donald Trump's actions.
He will confront people that nobody confronts. He has confronted a black icon. Not about his iconic statement. He has nothing to say about that. But if the man is going to announce something as despicable as announcing that this president is not a legitimate president, he needs to be called out on it. Icon doesn't mean infallible.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Galaxy's free sale. Free installation, free design, and free financing.
773-783-8300. Call Galaxy.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kurt Penn, founder and CEO of Good Foods. In 2007, I was shopping in a natural foods grocery store and had a vision for a company that would produce fresh, all-natural foods with a social conscience. Signature Bank helped turn that vision into what now is Good Foods. Signature Bank President Mick O'Rourke listened to our story and learned about our business. Mick has been with us every step of the way. Signature Bank takes care of the details so we can focus on producing good foods. Signature Bank is deeply invested in our success. Good Foods is very proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
6:37. Let's get an update on the roads. In our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, delays start around Niles Center. 27 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 34. Heavy on westbound 190 at O'Hare as well. Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 34. Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 24 minutes, I-80 to the merge. There was an earlier car fire at 119. Tollways are fairly light. Traffic is service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less, with storage boxes and filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/1/17. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Some sun this morning, clouds and cold this afternoon. Snow arrives around 2, while we may see a dusting to an inch. In northwest Indiana, St. Joe County, probably 6 inches, 6 to 9 inches in the snow belt across southwest Michigan, and a high of 28. 17 at O'Hare. It is 12 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So did Trump make a mistake with the language and the contents of this executive order in addition to the rollout, or is this another Trump master class in communication and persuasion? Whether it's clearly thought out or just intuitive, as it seems to be the latter most of the time. At least that's my sense of it. I want to get to Scott Adams, our Dilbert cartoon friend.
Oh, yeah. How's he doing? What's he doing these days?
He's got a piece on Donald Trump, and he's the guy who's decoded Donald Trump better than just about anybody since the inception of his candidacy for president of the United States.
Yeah, he predicted he would win before anybody else did. He's the hypnotist, right?
Yes, right, yeah.
Okay.
Licensed hypnotist in addition to cartoonist, and what more credentials do you need than that? But it is interesting. I mean, he is kind of a student of communication and how people are persuaded, and so I want to get to that. But I just want to take this excerpt from Andy McCarthy's piece, just in terms of the legality of what Trump's doing, and the the on again, off again romance the left has with the rule of law. Trump's executive order relies on an Obama-era provision to the immigration law. He cites the section, which governs the visa waiver program. The statute empowers the executive branch to waive the documentation requirements for certain aliens. In it, Congress itself expressly discriminates based on country of origin. In point of fact, the provision, again, advanced during the Obama administration. An alien is eligible for the waiver only if he or she has not been present, A, in Iraq or Syria anytime after March 1st of 2011, B, in any country whose government is designated by the State Department as repeatedly providing support for acts of international terrorism, or C, in any country that has been designated by the Department of Homeland Security as a country of concern. So not only has Congress never repealed the president's authority to exclude classes of aliens from entry on national security grounds, decades after the 1965 anti-discrimination provision in the 65 statute, Congress actually expressly authorized discrimination on the basis of national origin when concerns over international terrorism are involved. The point is to say, to the legal arguments, I mean, this is just one example of dispensing with the legal arguments that are being made from opponents of this executive order. And, of course, the bedwetters on the left that, try to invoke the Constitution in generic fashion when it suits them. Because this is what they feel the Constitution should say rather than what it actually does say.
Well, it's their interpretation of it.
It's not an interpretation because they don't know what's in it. So you can't interpret something you've never read. That's just their feeling of what should be in it. But point of fact, if you go down in terms of the constitutional authority and statutory language over the years, including during the most recently departed administration, the authority Trump has and the constitutionality and legality of the executive order he issued is really not in dispute. You can not like it, but it's not in dispute legally.
But is it putting our men and women overseas in danger? I mean, Republican Congressman from Texas, Will Hurd, he's concerned about 10,000 serving in those 7 countries. He said there's already a target on their back, and this makes them in a more volatile position, in a more dangerous position.
Based on what?
That Muslims don't like us anyway. This is just another reason for them to kill us.
So they already are trying to kill Americans, infidels, and now they're going to try and kill us harder?
We're kicking the hornet's nest. Yes.
That's absurd. It's absurd. Think about the logic. We are at war with radical Islamic terrorists who aim to kill us. Mm-hmm. And now they aim more so. How do you assess that?
Well, because they think that this is a ban on Muslims, and
That's not the question.
We're prejudiced against Muslims.
That's not the question. How do you assess the intensity? Radical Islamic terrorists want to kill us, and they engage in acts of terrorism, no matter what we do. And they've been doing it, oh, by the way, for 800 years. But because of this executive order, now they're serious about it. Oh, now you've gone and done it. Come on. That's political posturing. But that's all that is. So here's Adams's piece. The persuasion filter in immigration. Scott Adams sets this up. This is the Dilbert cartoon creator. Trump's persuasion filter against what you might call the Hitler filter. The Hitler filter. The persuasion filter versus the Hitler filter. Easier for me to say. The contention that Adams makes. The persuasion filter predicting Trump would become president when the Hitler filter thought he had no chance. Now we have another chance to test this. Trump is a master persuader, as I've been telling you for over a year, writes Adams. He just solved the biggest problem with immigration, and you didn't notice. The biggest problem is that supporters on the right want more immigration control than he can or should, in Adams' opinion, deliver, while as many critics on the left want far less. Normally, when you negotiate, there's only one party on the other side, but in this case, Trump is negotiating two extremes in two different directions. It's the toughest possible situation. So what does he do? According to the Hitler filter, he does more Hitler stuff, such as being more extreme than anyone expected he would be with his recent immigration declarations. That filter accurately predicted that he would be worse once elected. Compare that to the persuasion filter. That filter says Trump is always opens with an extreme first offer so he has room to negotiate back to the middle. The temporary ban fits that model perfectly. On the immigration topic alone, both the Hitler filter and persuasion filter predict that we get to exactly the point we are today. Let's call it a tie in terms of predictive power. The hard part is predicting what happens next. And then he essentially goes on to say that Trump will be able to negotiate with his critics at the same time on the right, at the same time he's negotiating with his critics on the left. He just needed the opening offer that would set up both sides for the next level of persuasion. And this is what that is. This is the opening offer. And ultimately, when he moves in a direction towards, back to the middle, if you will, then the people are going to chill out, even if they think he was too close to the Hitler position before. Direction matters. So he takes this position that makes both sides somewhat unhappy, and then he moves to the middle to defang the left while still giving something to the right and recasting the issue as having done something. That's the Adams contention. David in Lake Forest, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning. The hypocrisy in the histrionics is just getting to be unbearable. Every year around St. Patrick's Day, Irish politicians make their little visit to the White House. Now, some years Jerry Adams makes the visit, some years he doesn't, because some years he is not granted a visa into this country by the State Department because of his alleged ties to terrorism.
Sinn Féin.
And that goes for a lot of Sinn Féin politicians. Even though they may never have been convicted in Ireland of any terrorist offenses, the mere allegations alone prevent them from getting visas coming to this country. Where is the outrage over that?
Right.
There is none.
Thanks for the call, David. Lee in Hammond, Indiana.
Yeah, hi guys. Dan, maybe am I wrong about this, but my understanding was that the U.S. Constitution applies to American citizens. Since when do all 7 billion people on the planet have the protection of the U.S. Constitution?
Well, they don't accept this. Non-citizens on U.S. soil have due process rights, so Fifth and 14th Amendment rights. But you're right, the predicate right is the right to be here in the first place, and that is something they do not possess. There is no constitutional right to be in America. So that's it's.
But don't you have different
I want to make
rights
that's an important distinction. Thanks for the call.
But
Lee.
what if you applied for a visa and we approved your visa, or if you have a green card? What are your rights then?
Again, I go back to the Andy McCarthy piece to say the president has wide authority to change the rules on visas and the rules on entrance based on things like national security concerns.
One thing that they are considering is checking people's social media when they come in and looking at their phone contacts list. Do you have a problem with that? 'Cause I don't. I mean, I think that's great because I think on social media it tells a lot about a person.
For admission into this country?
Mm-hmm. That's what they're
Right.
Thinking about adding to that, which
As I-
I'm fine. I mean, if you've got jihadist tendencies and you've been spouting about it online, then yeah, you shouldn't be allowed into this country.
Now, let's also make sure to make the point. Look, if you were an American citizen, as we have had some American citizens radicalized and attempt
who were born here, like the Orlando shooter.
attempt or carry out terrorist acts. I mean, if you're acting suspiciously, if you're going back and forth to Syria or Yemen, then you may be pulled aside for enhanced review. And what's the problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that. But they were showing, 5-year-old kids who were separated from their moms for an hour, which turned out not to be true because the mom was in there the whole time and they provided food and water.
Mike on the north side.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Everybody's got to take a step back and let the government do its job. Guess what? I went to the bank to cash a check. They asked me for an ID. People were being pulled over by the police. They were asked for driver's license. Even little kids, when they went to the library to take out a book, had to have a library card. And the biggest butt-inskies that ought to keep their noses out of it is the Catholic Church. I've just about had enough with this cardinal and this pope thinking they're better than everybody else, telling the government how to act. Shut up, soupage, and lighten up, Francis. Now you know why the collections are a little off.
Thanks for the call.
I think
Take
the whole
it
thing
easy,
because
Francis.
Because of the zinger.
Yeah, and a very
Lighten
nice,
up, Francis.
nice Stripes reference for Mike on the north side. One other point on this whole vetting matter. Remember what ISIS said about the Syrian refugees. We will embed our operatives, our terrorists, into those populations. Remember, no Syrian refugee has committed a crime. You heard Dick Durbin say that in the news at the top of the hour.
Well, maybe not here, but they have in Europe.
How about Cologne?
And in Turkey.
Cologne, Germany, the mass sexual assaults on New Year's Day a couple of years ago. Again, the idea is to prevent those types of things from happening and to take a terrorist organization like ISIS seriously when they've proven they should be taken seriously.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Top business executives meeting at the White House today to work on job creation. Monsanto unhappy with California's ruling on the weed killer Roundup. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
At the White House today, President Trump kicking off a major new jobs initiative, talking with top business executives from across the country. President Trump hosting executives from GE, U.S. Steel, Tesla, Campbell Soup, and other companies to get their advice on plans to generate new jobs. Today's economic reports include an update on personal income, the index of pending home sales, and a new manufacturing report from the Dallas Federal Reserve. Negotiations for a financial bailout for Greece resume today. A judge in California says the state can require Roundup weed killer be labeled a cancer threat. Roundup maker Monsanto says that ruling could badly harm one of its primary businesses. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, Chicago residents, did you know that if CPS defaults on its bonds, there's an automatic property tax increase? Hey, public sector pensioners, did you know that if the pension funds in this state go insolvent, the city, or the city for that matter, the city and the state are effectively judgment-proof because they're so leaned up with assets to finance other obligations? If you didn't know these things, you may want to axe somebody. I did. Mark Glennon from WirePoints.com, who's featured on this week's Upstream-Ideas against the current long-form interview series. Also coming this week, Bernie Judge, longtime Chicago newsman, to distinguish between fake news and real news and who is trafficking and what. It's all at upstream-ideas.com. Premium content that complements what we do here on this show. Go to upstream-ideas.com and sign up today.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
If I only had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
Cashcasters.com is a unique online marketplace where you make cash offers for products or professional services you would like to buy or use. Do you need extra cash or have items or professional services you'd like to sell online, or would you like to post an online cash offer for products or professional services? Then sign up today at Cashcasters.com. It's easy. People offer their products or professional services to you based on your cash offer. Simply post any item you'd like for free, along with a minimum price you are willing to accept. Every time you post, Cashcasters automatically sends your offer to all matching cash offers. It's always free to post products, so post as many as you would like, or make a cash offer on any product or professional service you desire. Be one of the first 200 people to either make a cash offer or post a product, and you will automatically be registered to win a 10-inch Samsung Galaxy tablet. Full details at Cashcasters.com. Sign up now to catch a deal today. Visit Cashcasters.com. That's Cashcasters.com.
Get ready, Chicagoland. Rid yourself of those cold weather winter blues and get to the 6th Annual Tinley Park Golf Expo at the Tinley Park Convention Center February 10th through 12th. This event is a golf enthusiast dream come true and will warm you up fast with great opportunities to get your golf game ready for spring. Don't worry, it'll be here before you know it. Check out amazing deals on golf courses, resorts, equipment, and apparel, and demo the newest equipment from golf's major manufacturers. Plus, get free lessons from local PGA professionals. Try your luck with daily contests and skills challenges for fantastic prizes. Plus, enter to win the grand prize, your very own Pro X Plus indoor golf simulator. Mark your calendars for Friday through Sunday, February 10th through 12th, the 6th Annual Tinley Park Golf Expo at the Tinley Park Convention Center in Tinley Park. For more information, visit northernillinoisgolfexpo.com. That's northernillinoisgolfexpo.com. Tickets are available in advance on the website, northernillinoisgolfexpo.com. Remember the old song, love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage? Dad was told by Mother, you can't have one without the other. That's the message that Scott Phelps, Executive Director of the Abstinence and Marriage Education Partnership, brings to students in schools across the country. Using 5 character-based abstinence education programs which he authored, Mr. Phelps conducts training seminars nationally for parents and teachers to effectively communicate the benefits of abstinence in marriage to youth. A&M programs have reached over 1.5 million teens across all 50 states. Join Catholic Citizens of Illinois at the Union League Club on February 10th for the monthly Forum Luncheon featuring Scott Phelps. Invite parents and teachers to attend this inspiring presentation with you. For more information, go to CatholicCitizens.org or call Maureen at 708-352-5834. That's 708-352-5834.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we'll talk to Ahmed Rehab, Executive Director of the Chicago office of the Council on American Islamic Relations, about their forthcoming lawsuit against the Trump administration.
And you're not going to want to miss 808. Former President of Mexico, Vicente Fox, will be here. We'll talk about Trump's travel ban and who's going to pay for that wall. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, protests continue at O'Hare and elsewhere against the president's immigration restrictions. Chicago mother accused of shooting her son while three were hurt during a motel party in Waukegan. The Illinois budget crisis may be failing people with disabilities. Sports-wise, Bulls cruise past the Sixers and Sun to start the morning. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Make America safe again. That's what President Trump has just tweeted, that all is going well after his controversial travel ban executive order, that only 109 people were detained and held for questioning. And the president added, there's nothing nice about searching for terrorists before they can enter our country.
What do we say to the family or to the individual who gets hurt or the family of someone who gets killed because we didn't take these steps?
That's White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer on ABC. The U.S. embassies in London and Berlin are advising people from 7 countries, Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen, even dual U.S. nationals, not to seek a visa. The U.S. refugee program is also suspended. Iraq wants the U.S. to reconsider, saying it is wrong, and many Americans agree. Holding protests like there in Seattle, across the country, Fox's Evan Brown live in Miami.
Yeah, Dave, airport protests seem to have quieted from last night.
No ban, no wall. Love is what unites us all.
That from Miami International Airport late Sunday is the same in Philadelphia. And Dallas-Fort Worth, Osama Al-Olabi said his parents flying in from Syria were held for 30 hours.
I can't even tell you how much I'm happy. I'm super happy just to see my family, that they're safe.
And while travelers are being released and demonstrators are clearing out, lawyers are said to be standing by at terminals hoping to assist anyone in legal limbo, Dave.
Evan, there will be Muslim solidarity rallies in Quebec City the day after a mosque was attacked during evening prayers, killing 6 people, wounding 8 others.
Hard to believe in such a peaceful, beautiful city that such a thing could happen.
Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard, 2 suspects are in custody. Hollywood got political at last night's SAG Awards on TNT.
This immigrant ban is a blemish and it is un-American.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus, while accepting a Best Actress award for Veep, a lot of other performers also spoke out against President Trump's travel ban. As for the winners, Hidden Figures got the best coveted cast. For movies, Denzel Washington and Emma Stone also won. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
17 degrees, clear skies. Winds calm to 5 miles an hour out of the west. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560, The Answer. Protesters gathered in Morton Grove to denounce President Donald Trump's policies on immigration. Hundreds packing the Muslim Education Center yesterday to back some Muslims and call for towns in the area to adopt some sanctuary ordinances. Illinois U.S. Senator Dick Durbin praised the New York State judge who suspended some of the president's order.
Going after these refugees, these are the most carefully vetted visitors to the United States of anyone who comes through our airports, including this ban on Syrian refugees, when we have had no examples, none, not one, of a Syrian refugee engaged in terrorism in the United States.
Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel is calling on city residents to show immigrants they are welcome through actions like hosting a meal or offering simple, kind words. Emanuel said in a Sunday statement his family plans to host some young immigrant dreamers attending Chicago public schools. Bond set at $1 million for a Chicago mother accused of shooting her son during a family gathering on the west side. Angeline Minifield is charged with attempted first-degree murder. 3, including 2 teens, are recovering following a shooting at a party at a motel in north suburban Waukegan. A federal court monitor is criticizing the state of Illinois for failing to ensure people with developmental disabilities receive adequate support within their communities for a second year in a row. The Illinois Department of Human Services disagrees with that in conclusion, saying Illinois has met the benchmarks laid out in a federal court consent decree. Chicago police are investigating a series of armed robberies on the north side. 4 incidents reported this month in the city's Lakeview neighborhood, the most recent last Thursday. And Chicago's new bag tax goes into effect this week. Shoppers will be charged an extra 7 cents for every bag given to them at stores during checkout. Beginning Wednesday, the tax applies to paper and plastic. Bulls beat Philadelphia 121-108. Northwestern, a Big Ten basketball win over Indiana 68-55. It's the longest Big Ten win streak for the Wildcats since 1932. The news service of LifeLock, grabbing breakfast or coffee. If you swipe your card, you'll leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. 7:04, time to check the climate of your business with AirComfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity was happy to see Trump stand up to the mainstream media.
You know, I know the mainstream media is still licking their wounds after President-elect Trump smacked them around in the first press conference. I told you that was the greatest beatdown ever. If you know how abusively biased the mainstream media is, and the fact that they have been exposed to such an unbelievable level.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
7:06. Let's get an update on your morning ride to work or around town in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, traffic is stop and go from Toohey to the junction. 27 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy's 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 16 from Montrose, 13 on the Express. Outbound 12 minutes to Montrose, 34 to O'Hare. Eisenhower, 46 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 32. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 34. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford, 24. Northbound Tri-State slow, the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, little heavy approaching the Reagan Tollway. Their tollway's good. No problems to report in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, some sunshine giving way to clouds with a little accumulation of snow late in the afternoon, high 29. During the evening, a flurry or two, otherwise tonight mostly cloudy and breezy with a low 29, temperatures rising into the middle 30s. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Your updated temperatures as sunrise drifts across Chicago, 15 this morning, 18 along Chicago's lakefront. It is 12 this morning in Aurora. And your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So on the Sunday talkies, Trump administration officials out in force. Kellyanne Conway, Reince Priebus, Sean Spicer all out to defend and explain Trump's executive order on immigration, the one specifically that dealt with the temporary ban on immigration from 7 majority Muslim countries. Here is Reince Priebus in his exchange with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press.
Well, I don't think you want to have a grace period, Chuck, because then people that want to do bad things to Americans would just move up their travel date 2 days in order to get into the country before the grace period's over. So I think it's one of these things that, and if you ask a lot of people at the Customs and Border Patrol, would just tell you got to rip off the Band-Aid and you have to move forward. And so, you know, it wasn't chaos. I mean, the fact of the matter is 325,000 people from foreign countries came into the United States yesterday, and 109 people were detained for further questioning. Most of those people were moved out. We've got a couple dozen more that remain, and I would suspect as long as they're not awful people, that they will move through before another half a day today. And perhaps some of these people should be detained further, and if they're folks that shouldn't be in this country, they're going to be detained. And so apologize for nothing here.
Apologize for nothing. Does the administration have anything to apologize for? We put that question to our friend Congressman Peter Roskam, Republican from Illinois' 6th Congressional District out there in the west and northwest suburbs. Peter, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
So is Reince correct?
Look, President Trump is doing exactly what candidate Trump promised he'd do. The immigration system is a mess. The Obama administration failed to enforce a number of these things. They make a very good point that if you put out a big notice, our opponents and our enemies are going to manipulate that to their advantage and get people in. And so this is, unfortunately, the consequence of bad policy that Barack Obama allowed. That was tolerance at the borders for people who came in to do with bad intent as it relates to the U.S. So is it chaotic? Yes. Is it ideal? No. Is it going to continue to be bumpy? For sure. But I'll guarantee you this, in about 3 days, we're not going to be talking about this so much. We're going to be talking about the U.S. Supreme Court justice choice, and it's going to be one thing after another. So I think Donald Trump is an action-oriented president, and he's causing action.
Well, the only thing in terms of continuing to talk about this is Republicans in Congress balking at the immigration order. You've had, well, of course, you had Bert and Ernie, McCain and Graham issue a statement decrying it. But then you've got some members of the House that are at least expressing some concern, if not opposing it outright. And so the possibility of congressional action with respect to this.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point that there's always going to be people that are out there, and the process itself needs work. There's just no question about it. But that said, can you imagine if the inverse were true? Can you imagine if there hadn't been any sort of action, then people would have said, well, he campaigned on these things, he promised to do things, he failed to do it, and this terrorist got through. So, you know, in some ways, he's in a no-win situation by being provocative and by provoking action. He stirred up a lot of things, but here's what we know. Country's safer this morning than it was 72 hours ago.
So we all agree that there wasn't sufficient thought had gone into this order and the implementation of it. I mean, you look at some custom agents said, you know, at O'Hare that they hadn't been trained or had any systems in place. They just got a list saying people who are coming from these 7 countries, you have to detain them.
Yeah, I take your point, and I think that it's clearly not an ideal situation. And there's going to be a lot of review and a lot of discussion and a lot of discovery. But I think when it all comes down to it, we've got an executive branch now that is putting the security of the United States at the top of the priority list, and they're going to give the benefit of the doubt to American citizens. They're going to look askance at people that are coming in from countries that are hostile to the U.S. And this is the difficult, complicated world that we're in. And look, we're talking about Iraq and we're talking about Syria in large part because of the failure of an Obama administration foreign policy that had a precipitous withdrawal from Iraq in particular, created a vacuum filled by ISIS that uses that as a staging ground for worldwide terror. It's all connected, and we've got to do something about it. The country last November said, here's what we're going to do about it. We're going to put Donald Trump in the White House, and we think he's going to affect some change.
Well, not to mention the Obama administration's policy in Syria, the red line that they erased, at least bearing some responsibility for the ensuing civil war that has upwards of 500,000 dead and millions more in refugee status.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
right.
know,
red line becomes dotted line, becomes pink line, becomes no line, becomes the world's line, becomes nothing. And it becomes obviously creates incredible pressure on the United States. When most Syrians, if you meet with the Syrian community, they by and large say, look, we want safe zones in Syria. We want to be able to be back in our homes and in communities. So I think that this is a frontline issue where it largely needs to be dealt with. And it's an overcharacterization of this as a Muslim ban per se, because we've got massive, large Muslim countries like Pakistan and Indonesia that are unaffected by this order.
So, Congressman, you just mentioned that Donald Trump is going to be announcing his Supreme Court nominee. He was supposed to do it on Thursday. Do you think possibly he's doing it today to deflect and take focus off his immigration restrictions?
I think this has been something that they've communicated that they're going to be doing promptly. So I don't know in terms of the exact timing. I mean, Donald Trump, obviously, in the course of his campaign, developed or demonstrated an incredible capacity to control the story, and the media continues to play his game and sort of, report on the things that in the sequence that he prefers. Now, that said, it's no secret that there's going to be a new Supreme Court justice. What's interesting is, of the names that now then candidate Trump put out there and now President Trump is talking about, Chuck Schumer has said there's none of those names that are acceptable to us. So you can watch the political left come just completely unglued at whoever Trump proposes, and I think it's going to be game on. And I know a lot of people who said the reason that they voted for Trump in the first place was for this nominee, and this becomes really a foundational issue as it relates to the Trump presidency itself.
Yeah, more waterworks from Chuck Schumer expected. I mean, he made the pronouncement a few weeks ago that, look, all Trump has to do is walk away from everything he said in order for us to work with him. So, that's a real olive branch he's extended.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just absurd.
That was crazy.
He's absurd. He's a child. And this is all the kind of the demagoguery of tenderness coming from the left. That's what this is, in point of fact. And Mitch McConnell better rethink his willingness to exercise the so-called nuclear option if need be, because the need may be there. But I want to add something else, just kind of holistically here. The people on these Sunday talk shows that to try and sound intelligent, kind of make things up. One of the arguments is, look, by moving in this direction on immigration, Trump risks jeopardizing his policy agenda with respect to Obamacare repeal and replace, with respect to overhauling the structural tax system in this country. Is that correct, or is it possible that the president and Congress can do multiple things at once?
No, I think that's incorrect. I think that Obamacare repeal and the creation of a better system is well underway. All the tax reform things are well underway. The types of things that need to happen with infrastructure in particular and changing the regulations, these are not mutually exclusive. So there's a capacity to go in at an executive level and highlight in some ways the weaknesses of the current immigration system by issuing an order. And then, you know what? This will cause action. This will cause things to change, and processes will be better. So I think that, the other thing is there was an argument out there that said, oh, this is going to provoke the Islamists against us.
Right.
Spare me. I mean, it's just such an obtuse argument. Hey, they're provoked, and what we need is strong, clear reaction in response.
I want to ask specifically about the tax reform that could be coming down the pike, because I know this is an issue that's central to your legislative agenda. Kevin Williams had an interesting piece in National Review Online over the week talking about a couple of the proposals that are floating around. One, to reduce or eliminate the mortgage interest deduction. And two would be to eliminate the deduction for state income taxes. These two deductions, eliminating them or reducing them, would substantially negatively impact terribly run blue states like, California, New York, and Illinois. And I wonder if those two proposals you think will have a chance of being part of whatever final package is introduced.
So the mortgage interest deduction is one that we have kept in the House Republican blueprint. And so there's not a proposal currently to deal with the mortgage interest deduction. The idea is to get this tax reform, the tax return so simple that 95% of American taxpayers would be able to just file on literally an oversized postcard, and that's what we're going for. So we've cleared out, and it's at abetterway.gov. We've cleared out a whole lot of deductions, but this is in an effort to reduce the tax rate to get it down, get rid of the alternative minimum tax. The state and local tax deduction is an open discussion point. If you put it back on based on the current formula, you got to think, all right, well, whose taxes are going to go up in order to pay for it? And to your point, it is sometimes looked at as a subsidy of red states to blue states. So low-tax red states look at high-tax blue states and say, why should your state and local income taxes be deducted off your federal tax when which is kind of this perverse incentive to keep taxes high?
Yeah.
So it's a discussion point that's going to get a lot of attention, but a final decision has not been made.
All right. And real quickly, I just wanted to get your thoughts on Steve Bannon being allowed to sit in on National Security Council meetings.
I'm not offended by that. I think that if you have staff that you want in and they've got a security clearance and they're part of your strategic thinking, you're a senior counselor or whatever his title is, I think that's a reasonable thing. I think this is like less than a one-day story.
All right. He is Peter Roskam, Congressman from Illinois' 6th Congressional District. Peter, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Stay warm.
Thanks. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some sun today. That'll be nice. Clouds later this afternoon, though. Around 2 o'clock, the snow will begin dusting up to an inch here in northwest Indiana. They could get hit with a half foot of snow. And then tomorrow, we're going to have mostly cloudy skies, windy. It'll be warmer and a few snow showers and spots, a high of 37 degrees. Let's get those travel times with the sunshine. Any sunshine delays? Here's Jim Telemonte in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Actually, not so much, Amy. We sometimes see those, especially on some of the suburban tollways. But the tollways, other than the northbound tri-state, they're pretty light. Now, northbound 294 is heavy from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and then it's very slow from Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial getting a little congested approaching the Reagan Tollway. The Edens is 23 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy, 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, now 48 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 33 minutes. Stevenson, 44 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, a little slow 18th to the Stevenson. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Oh, hey, there's a lot of talk right now about school choice. Well, if you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to a private school because of the cost, then listen up. We want to tell you again and remind you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over Chicagoland that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall. It's that simple. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across Chicago, including schools in Aurora, Kankakee, Arlington Heights, Chicago. Make private school a real option for your family for the first time this year, but don't wait. These vouchers sell out. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
Napa know-how. When you grab a pair of Bosch Evolution Beam wiper blades, now $10 off at Napa, you'll have the confidence to tell Mother Nature to bring it. Bring the rain, snow, sleet, the almighty, all-powerful El Nino, and even more rain. Because with Bosch Evolution wiper blades, now $10 off when you buy a pair, you'll show the weather who's really the boss. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 2/28/17.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape. That's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
Hey,
Good
AM
morning.
560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer. And look,
where we
everything's
are?
been so heavy this morning. We want to break it up with and the exciting new episode in the adventures of Bionic Penis Man.
Are we calling this the organ segment?
We can, but
Yeah.
I mean, look,
Creating organs and organs that are needed?
Bionic Penis Man deserves his own billing.
Okay, tell me.
He, of course, you've come to know and love Bionic Penis Man by listening to this show. He's Muhammad Abad, who lost his...
Heathen region? No, wait, what did you call it?
Well, he lost his,
It's his thing. Oh my gosh, I can't even say that.
He lost
Is that
his
gonna-
unit in a terrible car accident when he was a child.
Yeah, 9 years old. He didn't get hit by a garbage truck or something and dragged down the street.
It was a dragging, yes. There's no question that was a dragging.
What was a drag? Hey-o.
He is a 44-year-old supermarket manager across the pond there in Edinburgh. He just recently lost his virginity last year, I believe.
Oh,
You
great.
remember in previous episodes, we get updates. You do like the quick update so you follow along in the series.
Yeah.
To a professional. And then the last time we checked in with Bionic Penis Man Muhammad, he was considering eschewing human females for a life with a sex robot. And I don't think he's the only one. Now, his latest development, one of the biggest adult film production companies in the world has offered Muhammad a life-changing role as a porn star.
Oh, really?
The
Are they offering six figures?
the company spokesman at Bang Bros said, "We're very intrigued about the guy with the bionic penis. His package is unique. It could be a $10,000 deal, $25,000. It could be $1 million deal with the right talent. So, it's performance-based, merit pay.
I'm going to ask him to go for the $1 million deal.
The possibilities are limitless. Bang Bros, very excited
Stop it.
to entertain the possibility.
Why did they call it that? I wonder.
Uh-huh. So Muhammad Abad, the picture that comes to us from the Daily Star, one of those English tabloids, is 2 thumbs up from Muhammad Abad, and that's not the only thing standing at attention.
He's not married yet, though, right?
Oh, it's entertaining offers.
Entertaining, yes.
And not just from Bang Bros.
Well, somebody else who needs an organ is Superintendent Eddie Johnson. I had to say it.
I hope it's different.
A different organ.
Yeah.
So remember Friday, he was having the press conference. He was standing behind Mayor Emanuel, and I'm playing it, and it's...
Our kids will make the right. You okay?
He said, "Are you okay?" And then all of a sudden, he looked catatonic. I don't know if you saw it. It was scary. It was his Hillary Clinton moment where all of a sudden he almost fainted, and they gave him a seat. They
He's
called an ambulance.
Bored to death
He
by
ref-
listening to Tiny Dancer. Bored to sleep.
Stop it. So then we found out, was it his blood pressure?
This morning I took blood pressure medication on an empty stomach, which is something that you shouldn't do.
But then he really revealed that he has it's a disease, I'm not going to try and pronounce it, but where you have an enlarged kidney. And he's been on a kidney transplant waiting list for 20 years now.
I do not require dialysis, and nor do I have diabetes. I am, however, currently on the waiting list for kidney transplant, which has not yet been scheduled.
Well, so it's not life-threatening. That's
No,
why.
but he needs it. But since that this happened on Friday, so many people are calling 911 offering their kidney to the superintendent. I mean, it's great. So if anybody's interested, you should go contact Rush University Medical Center. I'm not kidding. Their donor program, they have a number there, but they also have a website, hospitalsforhope.org/rush. And this reminds me, remember when Walter Payton was diagnosed? He had
liver disease.
Yeah, liver disease, but it was in the ducts, not actually in the liver, so he couldn't get a partial liver. But so many people called Channel 5 that our phone lines were actually jammed for the first time ever at people wanting to give him their liver. And I said, well, 'cause at that time there was a partial lobe liver donation. I said, well, you have to be dead, sir, in order to donate. It's okay. I'll die for Walter Payton. He's the best running back ever. He's given so much to this city. I'll die for him.
And in a related story, it was announced Friday as well that Tiny Dancer needs a dual brain heart transplant.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your company's critical projects involve improving processes, evolving business models, launching products, and realizing strategic imperatives. Integrated Project Management's core competency is execution, using process, leadership, and discipline to assure successful, sustainable results. Since 1988, IPM has led nearly 4,000 initiatives alongside our clients in a structured, engaging, and respectful manner. IPM's 7 nationwide offices employ consultants who excel at providing project management consulting to America's most successful firms. Their outstanding leaders transform strategy into reality, providing clients with a competitive advantage. IPM has been recognized as a top small and medium workplace and great workplace in consulting and professional services by Fortune magazine and one of the 25 best small companies by Forbes magazine. When your company needs help executing critical projects, visit IPMCinc.com or call Integrated Project Management's Chicago office at 630-789-8600. That's IPMCinc.com. Nothing matters if you can't execute.
Are you behind in your mortgage, facing foreclosure, being given the runaround on a loan modification application by some bank or servicer? Well, you're not alone, but I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've put together a team to help distressed homeowners like you. Give us a call. We give everyone who's eligible a free consultation. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. According to the Department of Labor, 60% of employers said their employees' health habits were their biggest concern when it comes to managing rising healthcare costs. Many companies today are faced with rising healthcare expenses that comprise their operating budgets. Fortunately, innovative workplace wellness programs exist to help control spiraling healthcare costs. Health risk assessments, one-on-one wellness coaching, and a wide range of online and mobile resources assist employees in living a more healthy lifestyle, significantly reducing illness, absences, medical claims, and accidents. More information on workplace wellness can be found at WSEAP.com. That's WSEAP.com.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein. Heard Sunday afternoons at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is powered by Tandem HR.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we're going to hear the perspective of the Council on American-Islamic Relations when its executive director of the Chicago office, Ahmed Rehab, joins us at 7:37 to explain the lawsuit they're filing.
Sorry about that. And at 8:08, you're not want to miss it. Former President of Mexico will be here, Vicente Fox. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
President Donald Trump may select a nominee for the U.S. Supreme Court as early as today, a seat vacant since the death of Justice Antonin Scalia in February of last year. We could see more protests at the nation's airports today as demonstrators for a few days have been voicing their opposition to President Trump's executive order that bans some travelers from 7 countries from entering the U.S. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer.
The appropriate people at the appropriate agencies and departments, including Department of State and Department of Homeland Security, were clearly informed. The problem is that the more you telegraph what you're about to do, the more that we pose a significant security threat.
Several hundred flocked to airports over the weekend, including New York's JFK and O'Hare. NYPD stepping up security at mosques in New York City as a precaution following what's being called a terror attack at a mosque in Canada. 2 gunmen now under arrest killed 6 and wounded 8 others in Quebec City. Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard.
Hard to believe in such a peaceful, beautiful city that such a thing could happen, but it has happened, obviously. 6 persons have lost their lives.
In other stories we're following this morning, Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel is calling on city residents to show immigrants that they are welcome through actions like hosting a meal or offering kind words. And in fact, the mayor says his own family plans to host young dreamer immigrants attending Chicago public schools. An investigation is underway after a man was found stabbed to death on Chicago's South Side inside a home near 85th and Colfax. There have been no arrests. Bond set at $1 million for a Chicago mother accused of shooting her son during a family gathering on the west side. Angeline Minifield is charged with attempted first-degree murder. Family and friends are mourning the death of a former Chicago police superintendent, Joseph DeLeonardi. Former head of the department died yesterday at age 84. DeLeonardi joined the Chicago Police Department in 1955. He became superintendent for a short time in 1979 under Mayor Jane Byrne, but was pushed out over politics just about 5 months later. The 35-year police veteran whose career inspired the TV show Kojak left city policing and retired as a senior investigator for Cook County Sheriff Michael Sheehan. Bulls beat the Philadelphia 76ers 121-108. College hoops, Northwestern's for real, folks. They beat Indiana 68-55, 6 straight wins. The news service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, all you care about. When you have ADT security, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Joe Walsh Show. Governor Greg Abbott is threatening any Texas city that becomes a sanctuary city. That if you don't reverse course and cease and desist your sanctuary city status, the state's going to cut you off. Man, that's the way to do it. It's my hope that Trump's going to do the same thing.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
7:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
This is 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, now 49 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, but fine outbound. The Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets from Plainfield Road to 31st. And very slow Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial delays are from 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Lake to 290. And traffic is a service of Visit Florida. Water that sparkles emerald green. Fresh Gulf seafood that swam this morning. Sand so pristine it glistens sugar white. Get a little sand in your soul this winter. Discover Destin, Fort Walton Beach, and Okaloosa Island, the heart of Florida's Emerald Coast, at emeraldcoastfl.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunshine this morning, well, some clouds later today. Snowfalls around 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., high 28. 15 at O'Hare, 18 along the lakefront, 11 above in Aurora. Your next news update is at 8, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by My Parts Garage. Your auto part is always in stock at mypartsgarage.com.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the response to Trump's executive order on immigration that suspends immigration for 90 to 120 days from 7 majority Muslim countries generated a lot of reaction over the weekend at airports. It's also, and in the streets with protests and the like, it's also generating legal action. The Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, is set to announce a lawsuit it will file on this executive order this morning. And to join us to talk about that and really the underlying policy debate, we're pleased to be joined by Ahmed Rahab. He is the executive director of the Chicago office of the Council on American Islamic Relations. Ahmed, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to be on. Thanks for having me, Dan.
So the basis for the lawsuit, and we don't have to get into the legalese, but the general policy basis for the lawsuit?
We believe that the underlying premise of the executive order is unconstitutional, that it is indeed targeting people based on religion and national origin.
But then how do you square that with the fact that the other 43 majority Muslim countries are not on the list?
Well, 100% of the ones on the list are.
Okay.
It's not a matter of exclusion. It's a matter of inclusion. And also, who agrees with me is the guy who put it together, Rudy Giuliani. He was on Fox News the other day saying that he was asked to wrap a Muslim ban in a legal cover. So I think it's no secret that this is what it is out of the horse's mouth.
So do you think this is harmful to U.S. interests because it shows the Muslim world that we seem to be prejudiced against Muslims as a country?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I mean, do you think that this is going to affect American soldiers and diplomats, CIA agents overseas or in these Muslim countries, the 7 that are listed on this travel ban?
In what way would it affect them?
That they'd be more of a target on their back.
I don't think so. I think that the target is on the backs of the people who are trying to come here to visit family or to come back home or to come for medical purposes or educational purposes. The stories we're hearing, real people with real stories. I mean, this isn't just, a ban on paper. We had a lady that was coming to visit her mother who just exited cancer surgery, and she had a valid visa return ticket, a letter from the Cancer Institute. She'd been here before many times, never overstayed, and yet she was sent back. She was banned from entering. She's not a terrorist, and nobody's claiming that she is. A lady with 5 children, quarantined for 10 hours. A guy who was doing his PhD at Stanford University, still unable to return to complete his PhD, although he's been here for many years in good standing, doing a PhD at a top university. A guy who's coming to receive potentially an Oscar, is nominated for an Oscar, cannot come because he's from the wrong country and is now banned from entering. I mean, these are the everyday stories in real life, human beings that are affected by this, and it has nothing to do with national security.
And there's no question that there are individuals that are affected by it, and individuals who, mean to do America no harm as well. But in terms of order of magnitude, I mean, just using this weekend as an example, the numbers were, at least as reported by Department of Homeland Security, 325,000 foreign visitors on Saturday. And the net by the time Reince Priebus and other Trump administration officials were on the Sunday talk shows was about 24 that were still detained for some questioning. So, how onerous really is this important word, temporary ban?
Those numbers are inaccurate. There were at least 24 just yesterday at O'Hare, and there are hundreds of airports around the country, and this has been going on for 2 days, so you can do the math. I don't know where they're getting that number from, but
Homeland Security,
thousands of people, the number is inaccurate. Thousands of people are affected by this, and in different ways. Some people are actually banned and returned. Some people are questioned in secondary screening and put through the ringer for, 5 to 10 hours. Phones are confiscated. People, Twitter accounts and Facebook accounts and emails and personal photos are looked into. And it's just, it could get worse from here. I mean, this is just the beginning. Refugees are henceforth barred from entering the country. So, to me, the problem is, look, I'm an American who wants a safe, secure, prosperous country for myself and my children and my fellow Americans just as much as anybody else. So that part is not in question or in debate as far as I'm concerned. What is what accomplishes that and what doesn't. To me, what accomplishes that, and this is verified by the track record of the intelligence community, is hard intelligence, is actual red flags that point to suspicious behavior, that point to criminal background, tips and things like that. What doesn't work is simply throwing this wide dragnet over a whole community of people just because of where they're born or what religion they follow or how tall or how they look or whatever it is. I mean, these are not national security things to look at. What is suspicious behavior and criminality.
Well, just a point of order. I mean, these countries were tagged by the intelligence, so presumably that was intelligence community based on some hard intelligence under the prior administration as part of legislation that President Obama signed in December of 2015, weren't they?
There was no ban on
no ban, but there was increased scrutiny, more restrictions on travel visas from those countries that were identified under the Obama administration. So this is taking it to another level, yes, but I mean, they were identified. I mean, you're talking about hard intelligence. They were identified, and there was action taken by the previous administration specific to these countries.
But that makes my point, is that there was already requisite vetting, and the results are clear. There are a total of zero Americans that were, killed by any terrorist attack. I mean, no terrorists from these countries have struck killing Americans. They've been from other countries. Total of zero.
Right. So I know we have to find a balance between compassion and vigilance, but of the people that were detained specifically here at O'Hare, were all of them eventually released? Or are you saying that some were sent back to their countries?
Some were sent back to their countries.
Well, do you know have any concrete numbers for us?
No, because, there are so many different attorneys on the ground, and we're trying to piece all the information together. I'm aware myself of a couple of clients that I have that were sent back, even though they had all the requisite paperwork. And as you know, there was a stay that was adjudicated in a federal court in the East, in New York and in Boston. So, the court has problems with this as well. And I think there will be more problems revealed with this language and with this directive the more it is challenged legally, because at the very core of it is, again, a distraction that is not just inconveniencing, people, but actually taking us away from the focus we need to have to protect the country, which is to look at suspicious behavior and individual criminals rather than to feel good about just blocking entire communities from coming.
Is this materially different than President Obama's announcement at the end of his term that he was reversing the Cuban policy and turning away Cubans that were attempting as refugees seeking asylum to come to this country?
Yes.
How so?
This is an executive order that, by the signature of one man, bans people based on national origin. And in my mind, my view, according to what I hear from Rudy Giuliani, religious background, that to me goes against the grain of the Constitution. And if the argument is terrorist attacks that have happened in those countries, let me tell you, the overwhelming majority of victims of these terrorist attacks are Muslim. What we're fighting are groups like ISIS, who are the enemy of the people of those countries. If you were to travel to those countries, as I have, these are people who, wake up in the morning, their kids go to school, they have families, grandparents, get-togethers, everyday life. Like I don't know how the average American imagines these countries to be, but they have schools and school buses and, shops. And then you have these groups, right, who are underground in those countries. They're not sitting at the, coffee shops, high-fiving people as they walk by. And they're nefarious in those countries. They're criminals in those countries. And they're killing innocent people in those countries. So the people who are traveling here are people who are victims potential victims of the same groups that we don't like and that we fight against.
Well, I can see that point, but in addition to that, ISIS has also said, part of their propaganda, and I think we should take a lot of it seriously based on how propaganda has translated into action, is that they will embed ISIS terrorists in Syrian refugee populations. They said that previously, and Jim Comey, the FBI director, still has said previously, as have others, that we don't really have the ability, just speaking Syrian refugees as an example, we don't really have the ability to properly vet these individuals in terms of paperwork and understanding who they are and why they're coming. So if ISIS is the enemy, as you say, and we agree on that, then what about that concern and the effective vetting system we have?
Yeah, sure. Well, let's get serious and think about this seriously. So here you are, this underground, nefarious terrorist organization that is trying to disrupt and sabotage life in the East and life in the West. We all agree that that's what they are. Would you, as a member or a mastermind of operations within ISIS, publicly declare your strategies? If you were really trying to do that, would you announce it so that, so that other countries make it more difficult for you to achieve your goal? The only intention of declaring this publicly is to ban Syrians from coming, is to put a rift between the West and refugees, because their entire modus operandi is to drive a wedge between Muslims and the West, which is the same thing that anti-Muslim voices in America try to do, and that's why I see them as on the same side. Whether in the West or in the East, you have these extremist voices that believe there are civilizations, East and West, that humans from the East and the West, or from Muslims and from Christians, ought to be on the opposite side of a line in the sand. ISIS is very much about that. The terrorist attacks in the West are not meant to defeat the West. Even 9/11, you kill 3,000 Americans, as terrible as that is, because one is one too many as far as I'm concerned, but it's not going to sink America, and they know that. But what it is going to do is cause America potentially to turn against its Muslim population as voices here in America begin to say Muslims are the enemy. Therefore, mission achieved, according to Al-Qaeda, because what they really want to do is drive that wedge between Muslims and others, so that Muslims can say, oh, well, look, we're hated. Look, it is indeed a war of religions. They'll never accept us, and then begin to gravitate more towards the extremist ideologies of these groups. And that's what we're fighting against, this CARE and other groups.
All right. He is Ahmed Rahab. He is the executive director of the Chicago office of the Council on American Islamic Relations. Ahmed, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Very much a pleasure. Thank you, Dan.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hi, I'm Todd Pals, owner of Homewood Bat Company, a top quality baseball bat made right here in the Chicagoland area. Homewood Bat Company is all about using the best in materials and craftsmanship to create a truly remarkable baseball bat. I've been a client of Precision Payroll for a number of years, and when I started the Homewood Bat Company, I wanted them on my team. From working with me when I had 1,200 employees at another company, and now with less than 50, their service has been exceptional and their value is unrivaled. You want more runs in the game? Give Homewood Bat Company a look. You need a home run for your business? Precision Payroll should be the next call you make.
Thank you, Todd. It is so cool to see you make Americana. Precision Payroll would like to go to bat for you. Call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
Why is Rahm Emanuel the worst elected official in America? You can find out by watching the 2-minute warning at upstream-ideas.com, as well as getting a handle on Illinois state finances, just how dismal they are.
You've got a 2-minute warning now?
2-minute warning.
That's awesome.
Not me. It's Pat Hughes, co-founder of the Illinois Opportunity Project, is the 2-minute warning.
2 minutes left, full court press.
Yeah, so there you go. 2 minutes of hell. To take on Nolan Richardson's 40 minutes of hell from the old Arkansas days. Long-form interview with Mark Glennon from WirePoints.com this week, as well as longtime Chicago newsman Bernie Judge, distinguishing between journalism in his day and journalism of this day. Follow the Logic segments, Man on the Street interviews, 60-second commentaries, podcasts of our Illinois Rising program, which tackles Illinois politics and policy It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 10,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
AM 560, The Answer. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, and some uplifting news. We got to mix the dreariness of it all with some uplifting
heavy
news.
around here. I'm dying.
Yeah, I know. Well, so
It's heavy, man.
how about celebrating
Heavy stuff.
life? How about a little celebration of life? That's what 500,000 people or so did on Friday, as they've done every year for the past 44 in the March for Life. Boy, compare, contrast the garb of the attendees, the bedside manner of the attendees, the rhetoric of the attendees at the March for Life to those at the Women's P-March just the weekend before.
I still can't get Ashley Judd out. I can't.
Just like those blood-stained jeans. You can't get the stains
and the things you have to
out.
throw out. And
Yeah. Yes, that's a good rendition of what you heard weekend before last weekend.
But I have friends who went to both. I have friends who went to the March for Life, and I have friends that went to the P-March that you call it.
Right.
And you know what? They want to go. That's important to either of them. That's good for them.
Right. The friends who went to the March for Life are people that are room temperature and loving and celebrate life, and the people that went to the P-March in your friend circle are the angry Herodins, and that's why easy to separate them out. That's why in life you just have to decide on which side of the line you want to have been recorded as having stood, and so it makes it very easy.
They still have love in their heart. It's just their political leanings are different.
No. Compare anything that you heard at the March of the Angry Herodins to what you heard from Mia Love, Congresswoman from Utah, at the March for Life on Friday.
41 years ago, that couple from Haiti could have made the choice to abort, but they didn't. They chose life. They didn't choose what might have been. They chose what is to come. They went and followed and fostered that life and the future and the dreams that baby would bring. I'm certain that this couple would never have thought that that child would become the first black female Republican ever elected to Congress.
How about that?
And it was nice because they got ample coverage. I mean, Saturday morning on Good Morning America, it was the second story in the A block, and they did a long piece on it. But of course, they threw in Planned Parenthood, who wanted to reassure taxpayers that the money that they're receiving isn't going for abortions. They separate that out.
Yeah, they're lying ghouls. We've already established that. The Mia Love construct for her speech was really nice. I mean, she did a really nice job. She invoked and did so explicitly the Whittier observation of all the saddest words of tongue and pen. The saddest are these, what might have been. And she talked, kind of putting you in the mind of what might have been, all of this lost potential, 58 million abortions since 1973, and all of the lost potential. And thankfully, she is not part of that, as she so indicated. I think 41 years ago, those Haitian parents of her made the right choice. Ben Watson, starting tight end for the Baltimore Ravens, also had this to say about coverage of the March for Life. He's not concerned.
We shouldn't be surprised. A lot of times when these things happen, especially when there is a spiritual component of it, the reason why I stand for life is because I believe God created all life, and we live in a world that is anti-God in a lot of ways. So we can't be surprised when certain things get more play than others. But that doesn't deter us from the truth. One of the things that I said was that we have to stand firm on truth, no matter if people like it or not, or if it gets play on the air or not. It doesn't change what's important. It doesn't change what is true.
And those aren't alternative facts.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to former Mexican President Vicente Fox at 8:17.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, protests continue around the area against the president's immigration restrictions. A Chicago mother accused of shooting her son. WIND Chicago News Time. Fox is next at 8.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. We'll find out tomorrow night who President Trump wants on the Supreme Court. He just tweeted the announcement will come live at 8 p.m. Eastern. The president told Christian Broadcasting Network.
I think people are going to love it. I think evangelicals, Christians will love my pick.
This would replace the late Antonin Scalia. President Obama's nominee last year never got Senate consideration. President Trump has also tweeted about his controversial travel ban. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
Amid protests and uncertainty around the executive order restricting travel from 7 Muslim-majority nations, the president this morning is defending his action on Twitter, saying there is nothing nice about searching for terrorists before they can enter our country. Stephen Miller, a White House senior advisor, also defended the president.
This is a matter of national security. It's a matter of keeping the public safe.
President Trump denies that his executive order constitutes a religious test, but the ACLU is calling it a ban on Muslims. Dave?
Now, John, there have been days of protests. Let them in, a common chant across America, like in Philadelphia, demonstrating against the president's executive order that imposes a travel ban on people from 7 countries: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. There have been legal challenges. Democrats in Congress also hoping legislation can try to undo the president's orders. Some Republicans disagree with the president. Senator John McCain tells CBS's Face the Nation,
I think the effect will probably, in some areas, give ISIS some more propaganda.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation agrees, saying the actions will only serve to embolden the radical narratives of extremists. 2 suspects are in custody in Quebec City the day after masked gunmen opened fire during evening prayers inside a mosque, killing 6 people, prompting Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard to tell Muslims,
"This is your home. You're welcome here. We are all Quebecers."
He calls it an act of terror. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
16 degrees, mostly sunny skies. 8:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Protesters in Morton Grove denounced President Trump's policies on immigration. Hundreds packing the Muslim Education Center yesterday, showing support for Muslims and calling other nearby towns to adopt sanctuary ordinances. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel called on city residents to show immigrants that they are welcome through actions such as hosting a meal or offering kind words. Chicago Cardinal Blaise Cupich is speaking out as well against President Trump's travel and immigration ban. He called the measure a dark moment in U.S. history.
We're better off when we have migrants and immigrants come to our country. And we know as well that there are many people who are fleeing tyranny and war. And we have been a home and a haven for them.
Cupich believes the country is abandoning commitments to American values. An investigation is underway after a man was found stabbed to death on Chicago's South Side near 85th and Colfax. Chicago police tell us no arrests have been made. A federal court monitor is criticizing the state for failing to ensure how people with developmental disabilities are receiving support, saying it's not adequate within their communities for the second year in a row. The DHS disagrees with that conclusion, saying Illinois has met all benchmarks laid out in a court consent decree. Chicago's new bag tax goes into effect this week. Begin preparing now because on Wednesday, shoppers will be charged an extra 7 cents for every bag given to them at stores during checkout. Bulls beat Philadelphia 121-108. It was Northwestern, a Big Ten basketball win over Indiana, 68-55. The news service of Lead Safe America. Do you live in an historic home and are you renovating? Your children could be at risk of lead poisoning. It takes just a microscopic amount of lead dust to poison a child. Learn more at leadsafeamerica.org. 8:04 is our time. Time now for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, have a mortgage with Citigroup? You may be receiving your bill from a new company. Citigroup says it will still be originating mortgages, but it is selling its mortgage servicing business to a unit of new residential investment. Anthem, the health insurance company, could rally this year. Barron's magazine says Anthem's stock is undervalued. A judge has blocked rival Aetna's proposed merger with Humana, but Anthem is still hoping to buy Cigna. And if Anthem is able to complete the deal, investors are likely to see it as a positive. Some analysts are skeptical that Starbucks sales declined because its mobile app made its stores crowded and discouraged shoppers. Analysts at Buckingham Research Group say traffic across the industry was terrible. The Dow declined 7 points on Friday. The Nasdaq was up 5. The S&P down almost 2. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Between my cats and my dogs, I never know what stains I'm going to find on my furniture and carpets. I've tried everything to get rid of pet stains. Sometimes the stains seem to go away for a day or two, but then they come right back. Well, after trying everything, I found something that works. Genesis 950. Genesis 950 is an all-purpose cleaner that I can use to finally remove pet stains for good. I can even use it in my carpet cleaning machine, which is great for getting rid of pet odors as well as the stains. Thanks to Genesis 950, I can have people over without being embarrassed by pet stains or the house smelling like animals. I also don't have to worry about exposing my pets to dangerous chemicals. Genesis 950 is green, so it's safe for my pets and my family. But it's not just for pet stains. I use it to clean my kitchen, the bathroom, basically the whole house. If you're tired of pet stain removers that don't work, you have to try Genesis 950. Check it out online at genesis950.com or look for it on Amazon.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
8:07. Let's get an update on your ride to work this morning. We do that in our alarm detection system traffic center with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is jamming up from Sayre to the Burn Circle. It's now 1 hour from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, 26 in the Express. Outbound 34 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 51 minutes from Manheim, outbound is 33 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound clear. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound heavy 21 to Oak Plain. Northbound stop and go from the Stevenson to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial southbound heavy North Avenue to Roosevelt. Northbound slow from the Boughton Toll to the Reagan Tollway. The Army Trail Toll to 290. The other tollways are good. Southbound 53 is heavy Rand to Kirchhoff. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds increasing today with a little accumulation of late afternoon snow. High 29. An evening flurry or two, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour tonight. Low 29 with temperatures rising into the middle 30s overnight. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560 The Answer.
Currently 15 at O'Hare, 17 along the lakefront, 11 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560 The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, there's just so much nonsense that swirls around these issues, right? We try and do the best we can to tamp down the hysteria and focus on assessing the contentions of both sides. But it's difficult to do that when you have Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci doing press conferences like this.
So, this executive order was mean-spirited and un-American.
Mm-hmm. Mean-spirited, un-American, is that right? That's Chuck Schumer, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 646-368, turnkey.pro. Text line, is Chuck Schumer right that Trump's executive order mean-spirited and un-American? Let's dispense with the legal arguments for now because it's clear that Trump has the legal authority constitutionally and statutorily to do what he did.
Okay.
But what about that? Is this not, as the left is wont to say, who we are? Is this not consistent with American values?
I mean, Trump had to do something. National security should be a number one priority in keeping Americans safe. And I love the idea, love it, that people from these 7 mostly Muslim majority countries, they're checking their Facebook, they're checking their Twitter accounts, they're checking their phone's contacts list. And I'm sorry if it's an inconvenience. I really am. But if you didn't do anything wrong, you have nothing to hide, and eventually they'll let you in. It seems harsh because it came down quick. I mean, I think really, I've said it so many times, it wasn't sufficient thought went into how this order is going to take place and the implementation of it, because border agents and customs agents were just given a list. Hey, if any of these people from these 7 countries show up, even if they have a visa or a green card, they must be detained. So you have to work out the kinks a little bit. But all in all, I mean, it sounds like a decent way to try and keep us safe from terrorists. And most of the people, yes, that went through the 109 are people who do not have, jihadists in their families or in their personal backgrounds, and they were released eventually.
Let's understand how we got to this place. We got to this place because you had a federal government that is not serious about protecting American citizens, is not serious about ejecting people who are convicted of violent crimes who are non-citizens, who don't belong in this country, is not serious, and have had so many people slip through the cracks, even when they have bubbled up to the radar of law enforcement, like the Tsarnaev brothers, like the Orlando shooter, who had interactions with law enforcement, and they still were essentially allowed to commit terrorist acts against the American people.
And don't forget the San Bernardino couple, and she came through O'Hare Airport.
So and then you have the pronouncements from Jim Comey on the ability of the FBI to vet people coming to this country, specifically from Syria, who don't have paperwork. You have ISIS making threats that they will embed terrorists within the refugee populations that America lets in. And just to kind of highlight, this is a domestic issue with an illegal immigrant, but it goes to the larger unseriousness that people feel the federal government possesses with respect to their security, which is why this was such a big issue. Let's go back in time a little bit. Last year, Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska, by the way, Republican, opposed Trump, opposes Trump's executive order. But listen to his exchange with ICE Director Sarah Saldana about a particular incident involving somebody here illegally and what the ICE/local law enforcement response was. Ben Sasse, Senator from Nebraska, lays out the case, the example.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Saldana, in January, 21-year-old Sarah Root was killed in Omaha by an illegal alien named Eswin Mejia. He was street driving while drunk. This is not the first time that local police had arrested Mr. Mejia for driving drunk. And after he was arrested for the incident, he posted bail. Prior to being released from jail, however, local police contacted ICE and requested that he be detained because of his immigration status. ICE, however, refused and said that would not be consistent with the president's immigration executive actions. Mejia was released and disappeared. Do you think someone who street races while driving drunk and kills another person is a threat to public safety?
Yeah, the fact that you have to ask that question, like the answer isn't obvious, it says everything about where we were prior to Trump's election and inauguration. Listen now to the response from ICE Director Sarah Saldana to that case and to Sasse's question.
But in this case, Sarah Root is dead. I mean, so what if someone kills a U.S. citizen? That doesn't meet the threshold?
That was after the fact, sir. What you're saying is I understand that person was injured and had not, in that 4-hour period of time, seriously injured, but had not passed away until later. Again, sir, it's easy to look back and say that judgment was poorly exercised. And as I said earlier...
Oh, do you think? I'm sorry, Senator, she was only maimed. That's why
later died.
That's why we didn't deport him. That's why we said to local law enforcement this isn't consistent with Obama policy, because she was just maimed. It wasn't until she died, but by that time, unfortunately, the perpetrator disappeared.
Bond, yeah.
No, didn't post bond. Disappeared.
Right.
So so those kinds of stories is what is in part driving these policies. If you want to get serious about the physical security of American families and the national security of our country, then we can have the conversation about being that welcoming nation. And we should be that welcoming nation still. But we want to know what people intend to do when they get here.
Right.
That is not an illegitimate question.
But the left's point of contention is that these 7 majority Muslim countries, it should be, why isn't Saudi Arabia on it? Because 9/11. But Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, he's from the UK. You've got the underwear bomber. He's from Nigeria.
So I don't understand the left's position. They want more countries on the list?
Well, they're just questioning why Saudi Arabia and those other countries aren't on the list.
Right.
If you're going to have a list, why not, I guess, expand it? I don't know.
So, again, follow the logic.
Yeah.
So they want more countries on the list. So do you want all 50 majority Muslim countries on the list? Do you want every country on the list that has produced a terrorist? Well, that would put America on its own list. I mean, it's absurd. By the way, what the left doesn't acknowledge, and we just had this conversation with the executive director of the Chicago Office of Care, these 7 countries identified by the Obama administration, by intelligence, the intelligence community during the Obama administration were included in December 2015 legislation President Obama signed for heightened scrutiny and further travel restrictions with respect to visas. These 7 countries specifically. And the response from the left is, well, yeah, that solved it. And the Trump administration is saying, well, no, it didn't solve it. And we're going to take it a step further. But understand these 7 countries were singled out by Obama. So with respect to Trump, you're arguing a matter of degree, not a matter of kind. Take a couple calls. Let's go to George in Mokina.
Hey, good morning, guys, gals. And am I on?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to call Dick Durbin at 9 o'clock. And I'm going to ask Dick Durbin He'll have somebody answer the phone. Why in the world, since he's been in office for X number of years, and since he's so concerned about Muslims or anyone else coming into this country illegally, why haven't they put up a policy and straightened this issue out? And Amy, with your comment on why aren't more countries, there's enough countries on the ban that deserve to be there. This sends a message to all the other countries that maybe should be on the ban to straighten your act out in your own house.
Thanks for the call, George. And remember, temporary for the purposes of setting up a vetting system that we can have confidence in. 90 to 120 days, 3 to 4 months. That's what we're talking about. Let's just to make sure the facts are included in this discussion since they're absent in so many others. Verlin on the South Side.
All right. Now, I want to ask y'all a question. How many years through no fault of our own, did we get treated like suspects in terror by the TSA getting searched down to make sure that our own citizens won't blow something up? And you mean to tell me you're outraged by these guys over here having to suffer just for, 4 months or something like that? What we had to go through for years under the Obama administration? Give me a break.
Thanks for the call, Verlin.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now. Enjoy it because by this afternoon around 2 o'clock, we're going to have anywhere from a dusting to an inch of snow. More snow if you're in the snow belt there in northwest Indiana, about a half a foot there. And a high today of 28 degrees. Let's get the traffic details from Jim Telemonte, who joins us in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Thanks, Amy. On the inbound Kennedy, delays start at Sayre. It's now an hour and 10 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, 43 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express, outbound 34 minutes to the airport. Edens is fine inbound, but outbound it's 30 minutes Montrose to Lake Cook, clearing up after Gulf Road. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33 minutes. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound Fonda 34. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown, southbound Lakeshore Drive. Lays up from Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson, northbound from Oakwood to 31st. Northbound Tri-State stop and go from the Stevenson to 31st, and from Roosevelt to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, 75th to the Reagan Tollway, and Lake to 290. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, listen up. Do you need to sell your home right now? Has it been on the market so long your listing expired? Well, I know the man who will absolutely sell your home now. It's Saul Z and the Z team. And guess what? He needs homes right now all over Chicagoland. Saul's database of thousands of buyers are looking for homes in the $250,000 to $750,000 range. Now, there's likely a buyer for you right now. Don't wait. On average, Saul sells a home every single day. No other agent sells your home quicker or for more money. He's so confident, too, that he'll sell your home that he's offering a 59-day guarantee. List your home with Saul. If it's not under contract within 59 days, Saul sells it for free without his commission. Again, 59 days or he'll sell it for free. And Saul needs homes to sell right now, so contact Saul Z and the Z team today at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net or dial 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. And please tell Saul that I sent you.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their three co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, and we're pleased to be joined by former Mexican President Vicente Fox again. President Fox, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Morning, Chicago, morning, USA. Great morning here in Mexico.
All right. Now, President Fox, the only person who likes to use Twitter more than Donald Trump, maybe you. You and Donald Trump still tweeting back and forth about things like building the wall on our southern border and paying for the wall on our southern border, and your posture towards that idea at this point?
It's total against the idea of Mexico paying for that wall. United States, Senor Trump, they can do whatever you want. Build walls by the sea, build walls by the north, or build walls within U.S. side on the Mexican border. That's your choice. But my argument is a total waste of money. The Chinese wall never worked against their enemies. The Berlin Wall never worked against freedom. And this will not work. There are many, many other ways of doing it to bring a safe border between Mexico and United States. There is an initiative, there is a bill in U.S. Congress presented by Kennedy and McCain as a bipartisan bill, which is excellent, which deals with the issue. Nobody wants unsafe borders. Nobody wants borders that are not guaranteeing sovereign nations, and that's welcome.
But
the wall is not the way to go.
But
trying to charge it to Mexico, impossible.
But President Fox, sorry to interrupt, but you have also suggested that building the wall would be somehow racist, and I note that Mexico has fencing and entry checkpoints on its southern border for Guatemalans. You know, its border with Guatemala. I noted that Bibi Netanyahu said, Trump is right. I built a wall along Israel's southern border. It stopped all illegal immigration. Great success, great idea. So why is what Mexico does on its southern border, what Bibi Netanyahu did on Israel's southern border, not appropriate or racist for Trump to do on America's southern border?
Nothing you is not right. That wall is not serving either. And in the case of Mexico, what is discriminatory is the language, the offensive language of Senor Trump, the having selected Mexico to discharge all his hate and all his discrimination, because a Canadian border, in the case of trading, Canada sells more cars to the United States than what Mexico does. Or he speaks about deficits. You know that U.S. economy has deficit with every single economy in the world. Higher or lower, but it's always a deficit. Many nations have a deficit with the United States. United States has deficit with many nations that are higher the deficit than with Mexico. So everything that he addresses in trying to get together the middle class in the United States is using Mexico and blaming Mexico. And that Mexico's been a very loyal friend, loyal partner. I have many, many friends right there in Chicago that came as a migrant over 100 years ago, coming from my community in San Cristobal in the state of Guanajuato. And we've been able to live together, build together, work together. So it's just a matter of discrimination and why Mexico.
Well, President Fox, I agree with you that Mexicans don't want to pay for a wall that they don't want. But on Friday, President Trump and President Nieto spoke on the phone for an hour, and they decided not to discuss who's going to be paying for the wall. Do you think down the road that President Nieto is going to cave and secretly or somehow give money to Donald Trump for this wall?
I guess we are domesticating the beast. It remembers me in my childhood when I used to domesticate to horses, at the ranch in the farm. He's a brutal, wild animal. Trump, he just shoots in any direction that he thinks is right. His brain drains wrong ideas, drains hate, but that's not the way to go. We've been neighbors, we've been friends, we've been partners for decades, for centuries. We had a war where we did not know how to behave a long time ago. And Mexico knows how to stand when it's greeted by a foreign nation. When from the outside world comes a menace to Mexico, we know how to act. I just remember President Cárdenas, which nationalized the oil industry. So a trade war, fighting among ourselves, is the worst thing we can do. Those undocumented, and there are undocumented great Mexicans there working, very loyal, very productively, constructing the U.S. economy and constructing U.S. nation.
Yeah, but President,
if he wants to go by, yes, go through them. And those who do not have a job, okay, send them out. But those who are working for his family, because there are some working for his family, those that are working for businesses, those that are working for hospitals, those that have a nice, decent business, why throw them out?
Well,
the only loser there is going to be United States.
Well, I mean, I guess that's, you mentioned people of Mexican heritage working on Trump companies and Trump projects. I suppose that cuts against the idea that he has any kind of animus towards Mexico as a people, as a country. This is more about policy disagreements. But I wonder, you had previously said with respect to NAFTA and renegotiating the terms of NAFTA that essentially America needs NAFTA more than Mexico does. Well,
no, that's not.
Okay.
That's not so.
Okay. Explain.
We need each other. We are going to lose both many good things that we have built together. Yes, we will be affected, severely affected, but United States economy is going to be severely affected. And the workers he's pretending to keep the jobs for them or bring back jobs for them. By doing so, he's going to lose up to 10 million jobs if he stops or if he taxes Mexican Mexican exports, exports that come from the United States to Mexico, which is over $300 billion every year. That accounts for 10 million jobs for U.S. citizens. If he quits that, there are 10 million U.S. citizens that are going to be unemployed. So that and many other impacts, like losing competitiveness. Remember Chrysler, Ford, General Motors, very close there to Chicago. They went broke 5 years ago because they couldn't compete with the world. They couldn't compete with Asian cars, with European cars, and cars manufactured somewhere else. So they have to be rescued.
Yeah, no, I understand your perspective on protectionist policies and your disposition that, we're working together, that we want Mexico to be successful. Mexico wants America to be successful. That's the right posture to take, and perhaps that requires everybody tone down the rhetoric, as Amy mentioned, Peña Nieto and Trump agreed to do on Friday. He is former Mexican President Vicente Fox. I wish we had more time, but President Fox, thanks so much for joining us, and really appreciate your time.
No, a pleasure. Hello to all my paisanos there. I'm with you. I'm going to be working with you all along to make sure that our human rights are respected, to make sure that we try to domesticate the beast and make him understand that he's making a big mistake.
Amy tries to domesticate the beast every day, and she fails. So it's tough work. Thanks, President Fox. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Still trying to break in the horse. Thank you. And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Can you feel it? 2017 is going to be an exciting year for your business. You're going to be busy and can't afford to miss a beat. When you need exceptional interim help or need to recruit new talent to meet the demands of your growing business in the new year, rely on Flex Execs. For almost 30 years, Flex Execs has been supplying Chicago area businesses with mid to senior level talent in HR, finance, accounting, marketing, and operations. Whether you need one person or a team of people, either interim talent or new recruits, Flex Execs is ready to make it easy for your business to meet your deadlines and goals, control costs, and place the right people to help you deliver results. You know how finding the right people to drive your company is critical. Flex Execs makes it easy. Connect online today at flex2017.com. That's flex2017.com. Or call 630-655-0563 and talk to Chris Swanson or Karen Murphy. Flex Execs, moving business at the speed of trust.
Hey, if you aren't getting a great night's sleep, I suggest you order a MyPillow today and start the year off right. MyPillow has a patented interlocking fill that adjusts your individual sleep needs. It conforms to your neck and back so you get the best sleep ever. It's washable, dryable, made in the great U.S. of A. and guaranteed not to go flat for 10 years. So the new year is here, so I suggest you resolve to sleep better and feel better. And the best offer ever is still available. When you buy one MyPillow, you got it. You'll get another MyPillow absolutely free, plus 2 free Go Anywhere pillows. You're guaranteed to be satisfied. So visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. Again, 2 pillows for the price of 1 and 2 Go Anywhere pillows. And there's a money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Napa know-how. When you grab a pair of Bosch Evolution Beam wiper blades, now $10 off at Napa, you'll have the confidence to tell Mother Nature to bring it. Bring the rain, snow, sleet, the almighty, all-powerful El Nino, and even more rain. Because with Bosch Evolution wiper blades, now $10 off when you buy a pair, you'll show the weather who's really the boss. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 2/28/17.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape. That's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
Check out the Ruger event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All the latest Ruger firearms will be featured and on sale this Friday through Sunday and only at Point Blank. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms and ammo, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The Ruger event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Check out shootpointblank.com for all the Ruger event info. Some restrictions may apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
Running a little late here, but coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Will the 21st century be another American century? We'll ask AEI scholar Michael Oslin at 8:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. So he's kind of around there. Here's Mike Scott.
16 degrees, sunny skies. President Trump says he has settled on a nominee for U.S. Supreme Court. The president tweeting this morning, "I've made my decision on who I will nominate for the U.S. Supreme Court." Announced live, he says, Tuesday at 8 p.m. A class action lawsuit will challenge President Trump's immigration order. The Council on American Islamic Relations plans to file suit today. 6 are dead, 8 more hurt after gunmen opened fire on a Quebec City mosque last night. 2 were arrested after the deadly assault. An investigation is underway following a man who was stabbed to death on Chicago's South Side with a body discovered early this morning inside a home near 85th and Colfax. And bond is set at $1 million for a Chicago mother accused of shooting her son during a family gathering on the West Side. Angeline Minifield is charged with attempted first-degree murder and aggravated battery. Bulls beat Philadelphia, a Big Ten basketball win for Northwestern over Indiana. The Wildcats' 6th straight victory. The news service of LifeLock, grabbing coffee or breakfast. If you swipe that card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. 8:37, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has a message for a Trump critic.
I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
Georgia Congressman John Lewis, I say this with all the respect in my heart that I have
for his life and his legacy and his sacrifices. You don't get a pass, Congressman Lewis. And you're going to kick Donald Trump in the shins, he's going to kick you back.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Everyone craves the comfort of a good night's sleep. That's why Serta Perfect Sleeper Mattress helps solve 5 common sleep problems. You'll be so comfortable, you'll never count sheep again.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Are you stuck in a bad home mortgage? Well, join the club that has about 10 million other American families. But I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest legal analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, I guarantee you'll never be alone in this country.
When you get in your car, you program your destination into the GPS. You need the best directions to get to where you want to be. The same is true for retirement. You need a voice to guide you along the way. And in Chicago, that voice is Jack Taboda. Join Jack every Saturday morning at 7, right here on 560 The Answer. Jack's nearly 40 years of experience can help make your retirement journey feel like a drive down easy street. Take that first step. Tune in Saturday mornings at 7 for retirement planning with Jack Taboda of Taboda and Associates.
It's 8:40. Let's check the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Mike, the inbound Edens is fine. Outbound, it's heavy Montrose to Gulf. 30 minutes from Montrose to Lake Cook. The Kennedy is an hour from O'Hare to downtown. 42 minutes from Montrose. 32 in the Express. Outbound 34 to the airport. The I is an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 33 minutes. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 26 minutes, 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays from Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunshine this morning, afternoon clouds, snow for the afternoon drive, and a high of 28. 17 at O'Hare, 19 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 9. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, let's get right to it. We're pleased to be joined by Michael Ostlund. He is a resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. He's the author of the new book, The End of the Asian Century. Michael, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
So, the end of the Asian century, this must be a typo. This is supposed to be the end of the American century with China dominating the 21st century. That's what I thought from what I hear from my friends on the left was happening. How is the Asian century coming to an end, and what does that mean about the 21st century for America?
Well, you're right. The story that we've had for decades is that power was shifting inexorably from west to east, and that we would be eclipsed by China, and if not China, then India, or a combination of these other nations, and that we just have to get used to it. The reality is that Asia is facing enormous problems across the board and across the whole region, from India all the way up to Japan. Problems with economic reform, with demographic pressure, with political unrest and the threat of war. And the fact that it's not resolving these problems either individually as nations or as a community means, I think, that the road ahead for Asia is much rockier than what they've had in the past couple of decades of growth.
Well, then when you look at, the bonds here in Illinois, China basically owns Illinois.
Oh, this is like when Japan bought Rockefeller Center, was all over for us.
Right. I mean, the argument is that the economic power of Asia, which has been shifting, as you mentioned, from Japan to places like China and then parts of South Korea or Singapore or Taiwan and the like, collectively would have meant that we just simply have no ability to stop Asia from coming in, buying what it wants, reshaping the global economic system and the like. But the truth is that all of these nations actually face enormous problems at home: debt, slowing economic growth, unrest among workers and the like, and that they need our market in a way more than we need them.
Well, and part of this, too, is it turns out, remember, China is still a communist country. Still run by communists, and it turns out maybe their internal contradictions, much like the internal contradictions of the Soviet Union or the internal contradictions of Japan's corporatist policy that engendered the lost decade after their coming to the fore in the 80s. Turns out, their central planners in China no better than the central planners in Japan or the Soviet Union or America, for that matter. And those internal contradictions prevent China from recognizing the power of its numbers.
There's no question that that's right. I mean, what the government did, of course, first it started off with a social contract people that said, we're not going to give you political freedom, but we will give you economic growth. And then the type of growth that they focused on, all this export-led growth to societies like ours, overinvestment, lack of, actually, as you point, a lack of rational planning. They were juicing numbers for years. Now, there was obviously clear growth in China, but the fact is that they were ignoring all of the problems that were underneath the surface and all of the structural problems that you need to maintain sustained growth over decades. That's where they're failing now.
Well, a contradiction and a problem like the government owning a majority of the means of production.
That's absolutely right. They own the commanding heights of the economy, the oil and gas companies, the major banks. They obviously, even beyond that, what they don't own, they have great and heavy influence over. And when you start from such a low base, you're able to have decades of amazing growth. The problem for China is going forward. It's not that it didn't modernize spectacularly, because it did. We all remember what China was like in the 1970s. But the next 30 years are going to be much harder than the past 30 years, and it's a country that is turning more inward. It's not becoming more globalized.
And that's the reason even one of the biggest bulls on China, Goldman Sachs, has started to sour on the prospect that China can grow its way out of its problems.
That's exactly right as well. And you look at groups that have been boosters, not surprisingly, of Chinese economic growth for decades, such as the American Chamber of Commerce, have now been warning over the past couple of years, first, that the macroeconomic picture is much worse than is really understood or being reported, and second, that it is much harder for American companies to do business in China because of intimidation, because of the theft of intellectual property rights, the lack of a legal system, and the like.
What about demographics? Mark Stein is fond of saying that demography is destiny, and in China, you've got 113 men for every 100 women because of their frankly disgusting population control, anti-woman
baby per
programs. Couple. Yeah, and so what does that portend for China's economic future?
Yeah, it is probably the single biggest threat that they face over the next generation. Don't forget, for 40 years they had the one China policy. And though they dropped that last year and people can now have 2 babies, what it has done is, first of all, ensured that their population is going to peak around 2030. It'll be about 1.45 billion or so, and then it's going to level off and begin to decline. But more importantly and more significantly for right now, there's already a labor shortage in China. They have already absorbed all of the skilled labor and most of the labor that's out there. That has driven wages up. That's good on the one hand for Chinese workers, but it makes Chinese goods less competitive. And in the future going forward, you're going to have far fewer people supporting a more aging population in a country that is not yet wealthy. It is going to be not only an economic problem, it's going to be the single greatest political problem that the Communist Party faces.
And so, given those structural infirmities that China faces, what is the appropriate posture for America to take full advantage in this competitive marketplace called the globe? Is it the aggressive posture that Trump has taken, including some indications of moving to impose tariffs on Chinese products? Or is it becoming a more free market nation, meaning America, to further exacerbate the structural problems that China faces?
Well, I don't think we want a China that implodes. That would cause as many problems, if not more problems, than a strong China. I think what we need to do, first of all, from the political side of things, is make sure we're working with our allies. We've focused overly on China and not enough on our allies. We need to make sure that they are, first of all, safe and protected, that they are part of a larger global trading community, which is why I think that the Trans-Pacific Partnership was a good idea. I do not think it's a good idea to drop it. That promotes competition. It gives us access to new markets. And then hopefully what it does is, as China continues to weaken and as it worries more about its stability and its future, that it will moderate its behavior and look to cooperate, because otherwise the options are that our economy, which will continue to be stronger than China's, will find other sources for goods and materials, and China will be on the losing side of that equation. So I don't think we want to drive them into the ditch. I don't think that's good for the world economy or for us, but there's a lot we can do to protect our economic and political interests first and with allies, and that's where we should focus.
He is Michael Auslin. He's resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute and the author of the book, The End of the Asian Century. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Sunshine today, but snow by 2 o'clock this afternoon, anywhere from a dusting to an inch. Travel times, let's get them. Here's Jim Telemonte in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Amy, your inbound Kennedy has delays starting at Foster. It's 1 hour from O'Hare to downtown, 42 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express, outbound 34 to the airport. Eden's fine inbound, outbound still 30 minutes Montrose to Lakeville. The Ike, an hour and a half, Thorndale to downtown, an hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound just 33 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 5 to 34. Bryan 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound stop and go Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and heavy 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound slow Oakwood to 31st. Northbound Tri-State. Slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and the Reagan Slow to North Avenue. And at Irving Park, there's a crash in the center lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
AM 560.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, did you see this? This is kind of funny. Do you remember the nuclear doomsday clock?
Oh, yeah. And when was it? When was the first one supposed to expire? Well, it did expire, right?
Well, it's not expiring. It's the question of how close or far away you are from midnight. This thing still actually exists. There was a story in Reuters that was picked up by Michelle Malkin with the headline, "Concerned-looking guys with giant toy clock bring forth bad news for humanity." This is supposed to be something that's important. Nuclear doomsday clock ticks closest to midnight in 64 years. These atomic scientists that are, quasi-politicians, last Thursday moved the doomsday clock 30 seconds closer to midnight.
Let me guess, because of Donald Trump.
Correct. A rise
really?
in strident nationalism worldwide, President Trump's comments on nuclear arms and climate issues, a darkening global security landscape, and so forth. They said these pointy heads and pseudo-intellectuals, Nobel laureate or no Nobel laureate. So now this is last change in 2015 from 5 to 3 minutes before midnight. Now it's 2.5 minutes toward midnight. Does anyone know what this means, including the 15 Nobel laureates that are part of this? No, they don't.
Well, I was wondering where they got that cardboard from. Was it FedEx Kinko's, or maybe they got some fifth graders with a black Sharpie to make it?
Yeah. It
looks it's very scary.
There's, atomic scientists are not just good at creating hysteria, they're also good at arts and crafts.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Napa know-how. When you grab a pair of Bosch Evolution Beam wiper blades, now $10 off at Napa, you'll have the confidence to tell Mother Nature to bring it. Bring the rain, snow, sleet, the almighty, all-powerful El Nino, and even more rain. Because with Bosch Evolution wiper blades, now $10 off when you buy a pair, you'll show the weather who's really the boss. That's Napa know-how. Napa know-how. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 2/28/17.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape. That's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. You know, the best home improvement decision I ever made was to call CertaPro Painters. No joke. Last spring, their trained, talented painters magically reformed my porch. Property values actually went up. But now that winter is set in, let's get your interior painting done, and CertaPro Painters are the only ones to call. You know, CertaPro Painters is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and we invite you to experience the CertaPro difference. When they come into your home, they are so quiet they won't wake a baby, and guess what? The best part is they clean up after themselves. So with this new year, you should refresh and renew your living space. Book your interior painting project today. For a free estimate, call our good friends over there at CertaPro at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's Certa with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com. And we invite you to experience the CertaPro difference. I'm glad I called them. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935. You've been there, or maybe you're there right now. So many uncertainties making you feel lost and insecure about the future. There's so many what-ifs that pop into your head on a regular basis. Your concerns are real. One day, you or your family may need long-term care or disability help. Unfortunate events can happen with your business or home. And of course, there's dealing with all the changing rules and regulations of healthcare. It's a lot of weight to carry around. For peace of mind and security, knowing you're ready for anything, contact independent insurance agent Eddie Grisco of the Grisco Group. As an independent insurance agent, Eddie Grisco offers more choices, less hassle, and exactly the right amount of protection for you or your business. He's your own personal advocate that can help you navigate all of the overwhelming insurance choices so you can get back to living and not worrying. Contact Eddie Grisco of the Grisco Group, a full-service insurance agent selling all types and lines of insurance. You can reach Eddie at 815-836-8233. 815-836-8233.
AM 560, The Answer.
Well, thanks so much for making us part of your morning. We're back here tomorrow, bright and early at 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following this morning. Protests continue at O'Hare and elsewhere around the area against the president's immigration restrictions. We'll hear from Cardinal Blaise Cupich. Chicago mother accused of shooting her son over the weekend. Illinois' budget crisis, according to some, failing those with disabilities. Bulls cruise past the Sixers and sunshine this morning. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Love Charlie. What should we tease for tomorrow? Oh, the SCOTUS.
Yeah.
Okay, mic check. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Expect more waterworks from head clown Chuck Schumer when Trump announces his Supreme Court nominee.
Let's try that again. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Expect more waterworks from head clown Chuck Schumer when Trump announces his Supreme Court nominee.
We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer. Perfect. 10 seconds. Do you want Jan Schakowsky on about Trump's travel ban? She had a big to-do at Sun High School last night. Thousands of people showed up. It was pretty big.
Calamity Jan.
Yeah.
Good luck. Go ahead. See if she'll come on.
Okay. Should probably do it.
No. Good aliens.
Oh, okay. I'll be done in like 2 minutes.
Learning how to talk to aliens.
Oh, really? Oh, we get Bunky's sister for 2 days this week.
Oh, really?
Boca. Oh, I can't
Boca?
wait. Oh,
Who
Bunky and
owns
Boca.
Boca?
My friend Laura, who saw Bunky and said, I want one of those. And I said, there's one left in the litter.
Does Boca look like Bunky?
Oh, can I just show you a picture? Sorry, I'm crying, but this is good because it'll keep me from stop crying.
You okay? You sure?
Yeah. Long, crazy day. My phone was ringing off.
Is Cheryl Burton a nice person, by the way?
Oh,
she
lovely.
seems like she'd be really nice.
But she dresses so straight when she's not. Channel 7 up
Like
there.
sleazy?
Bandana. Oh,
Really?
Bling,
Really, Cheryl
bling.
Burton?
Oh, she got a
Hey,
lot of bling.
between her and Kathy Brack and Cheryl Scott, the three of them are all stunning. Kathy Brack looks so good for her age.
I know, doesn't she?
I can't see. Oh, look at this. Well, this is Bunky's sister.
Boca.
Boca.
She's a service dog too. No. But like their fighting is the cutest thing. Like they just
Fight.
Oh, all day. All day, like they can't.
I can't tell
They're
which
the two
one's
left.
Bunky.
I know that one's Bunky.
Bunky
Hey.
has the more brown,